Good morning. We're happy to, here we are on day 2 of appropriation. Yes, it's only day 2 of appropriations hearing. So we'll go ahead and get started. If you, could we call the roll? Please, Karen.
Representative Kinner. Here. Representative Larson. Representative Schwartz. Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Stiff.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Garou. Senator Hicks.
Excused.
Senator Kinski.
Here.
Senator Steinmetz. Co-Chairman Nicholas. Chairman Perkins.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Well, we're on day 2. Our first, the only thing constant has changed, but this one's not. This one is right on schedule. We apologize. Apparently you were here yesterday and could have gone if I understood something right now. Oh, ATS was here and could have gone. But anyway, I'm glad to have you here this morning. And so we've been, what we've been doing and seems to work well, just take us through the units. And if there's a comment or two, but if it's just a standard budget and there's no exception requests, you know, that's about all you have to say. Or if there's particular comments you want to let us know about your office. And then, you know, obviously there's been time on the exception requests, so we understand them.
Excellent.
And then there'll always be a few questions to go through units, especially for you. And so, so Director, you have a large agency that does a lot of things across the entire enterprise. We appreciate your service and service of your staff. And so if you want to go ahead, we'll turn it over to you. Introduce your team or proceed how you would prefer. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Patricia Bach. I'm the Director of A&I. With me today at the table is Roy Horsley. She's the CFO. She was also here yesterday. She is also the CFO for the Governor's Office and Homeland Security. Russ Noel, sitting behind me is Russ Noel, Deputy Director. Dr. Winlin Liu, Administrator for Economic Analysis. Jamie Marcus, Administrator for the State Library. Andrew Coleman, Administrator for the General Services Division. And Joanne Reed, who is Executive Director of the Professional Licensing Board. We have a few other people that are with us today, two who will speak quickly about compensation. Erin Williams was not able to be here today. In her place is Jared Hansen, who is the Program Manager for the Human Resource Division, so directly under Erin. And he's going to help us through the HR consolidation and where we are at that point. I'd like to make a few opening remarks. We do have a PowerPoint presentation that will be kind of an understanding of what A&I does for some of the new members and a refresher for some of the members that have been here for a while. But first, I would like to make a few opening remarks. And I want to start out by saying that I think you understand that I have the utmost respect for the JAC and the legislature. And I don't want my comments in any way to be a negative, but I do feel I need to address some of the comments that happened yesterday. During the governor's remarks, there were some comments made about the possibility of some agencies having already made some increases, specifically that the Director of A&I had a raise and that HR consolidation had a raise. That is absolutely not the case. I am making the same wage that I made the day I started. HR consolidation, there were a handful, and out of 82 positions, by a handful, I'm talking about approximately 6 that were reclassed because they came over from a different agency and had new duties. So per the compensation policy, they didn't have increases as much as they had a reclassification into a new classification. So they maybe went from an 8 to a 9. The reason I want to bring this up is because in the last year, we have, when I say we, the directors, myself and the governor have been working collaboratively on multiple issues, with compensation being a priority. And we have been working well together, and it's somewhat unprecedented that we have been getting together on nearly a monthly basis to work through the compensation plan that you have in front of you. And I think it's Exhibit 13, if I heard correctly yesterday. And when there's comments that are made about me getting a raise specifically, or the HR consolidators, the HR employees getting raises that are not accurate. I fear that that undermines the credibility of ANI and myself. So I wanted to make sure that was clear, and I wanted to clear the air there. One of the other things that came up yesterday was there was a comment stated that the legislature should or could put sideboards on the compensation package the governor outlined. And to be clear, the merit matrix system that the governor outlined and is outlined in your booklet already contains sideboards. It was alluded to yesterday when there was a discussion about there's a 2% raise or an 8% raise. So we're going to get into that pretty detailed later in the presentation, but I wanted to make sure that it was clear. This governor understands compensation, and he understands that if you don't have those sideboards and end up with compression, it can doom a compensation plan. You cannot have a compensation plan that we end up with compression issues. He is well aware of that. So we intentionally put the sideboards to be both equitable and economical. And we will, like I said, get further into that, his compensation package later in our hearing. And with that, I appreciate you letting me have a few moments to.
Okay,
bring that up.
and while we're there, thank you, and I appreciate you taking those issues head on. So while we're on that issue, does anybody have any questions for her about the compensation and that was floating around and came up a number of times yesterday? I hadn't, maybe not as specific as you referred to, but is there anybody on the committee that has any questions for the director about that right now? Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Morning.
The 6 reclassified positions that you spoke of, those were folks that were coming from other departments coming over to ANI, correct?
Chairman, Senator Drew, correct. So what would happen is we are still in the process of trying to figure out the organizational chart, if you will, for HR, and you'll see that in our packet too. Sometimes in an agency, and I'll take one of the bigger agencies, YDOT, for example. When they came over, they had a lot of folks in YDOT. It's a big agency. They were doing very specific things. When they came over to ANI, and when I say came over, when the transfer happened, they're still out of YDOT. They're doing additional duties or completely different duties. And so some folks had to come over and maybe we opened a recruitment. That also happened for maybe a manager over a body. So then they would look to have received an increase, but that was actually a change in job. And that's what a reclass is. And that happens throughout all the agencies. And I think the comment yesterday from the deputy treasurer saying that ANI has to approve everything, absolutely true. When it comes with pay raises, ANI looks at every pay raise or pay adjustment or request for reclassification or add-on, so any adjustment. And so that happens throughout nearly every day. Something comes in and says, we have to reclassify this person. They're in the wrong classification. We're having them do duties that do not coincide with what their classification says, so they reclassify them. Sometimes they reclassify them down. We had that happen in multiple cases where we had to reclass down. There's no obviously pay bump with that. So that's generally what happens with reclasses right now. We have specifically asked directors and told them we would not be approving pay raises because this compensation package has been in the works for a while. So I think Director Reiner will tell you that he, as an other funded agency, it is frustrating that he can't do a pay raise for his folks when he doesn't have any general fund. We hold them to the same standard. So when it sounds like, oh, ANI is giving raises left and right, even the director got a raise. I'm sure General Reiner, Director Reiner was a little surprised by that. And that's why I wanted to address it.
Follow up, yeah.
Okay, so when you do that, and I understand you say this happens a lot, happens across a lot of departments. Where does the money come to do that if you're, when they're reclassifying? And then since you mentioned, I'll ask, when they reclassify down, do people's salaries go down? Or do they stay the same until another time? When there might be some other raise or something, then they just come up.
Chairman Perkins. Senator Guru, that's a great question. I'm going to take the last one first. Sometimes the pay goes down. Sometimes we keep them whole. Sometimes throughout no fault of their own, they have reduced their duties, something changes. We try to keep them whole. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't always happen. Sometimes there's discipline issues. Sometimes they're not doing their job and they're reclassified and then their pay is taken down to that classification. But at no time is that pay higher than, like, for example, the max. I mean, I don't think there's many people that are higher than the max in the state. So it can be both, but generally speaking, it stays the same unless there's a discipline issue. The first question.
Oh, where does the money come from?
The money
When they
generally,
reclassify them?
correct. Chairman, Senator Guru, the money generally comes from a position that they, if you look on the vacant list, I know that you've all seen the vacant list. There are positions that have $0 in them. So what we have been able to do, and directors are able to do, is look at their staff, look at their vacants and say, I have to fix this problem I have over here. So I'm going to take and defund this position and I'm going to put that money in that position. So it's not a matter of getting additional funding. It's a matter of shrinking a division by a position and then giving that, those monies transferred over to another division, for example, or it's in the same division. But there's a lot of reasons that that could happen, and it's not necessarily pay raises. It's generally reclassifications or a change in duties, or they have a position that's vacant in one area and they need to reclass it up, so they need additional funding from another position. I will give an example that I tried to do that, but it wouldn't have worked out for the custodial department. There was a supervisory position that I considered defunding completely because I wanted to give a bump to the custodial ones. Ended up being like a 13-cent raise. So it wasn't something that I was willing to do to get rid of a supervisory position. So we didn't do it. But those are the things you think about as a director, trying to figure out when you have 12 vacancies in the custodial department, that's a third of your department. You're trying to figure out any way you can possibly to get that hiring rate higher.
Okay, one more. So, okay, so we've done this reclassification. Oh, one more, before I get to the last part. Does it happen across departments about retention where someone comes to you and says, someone comes to a department director and says, look, I got a job in the private sector that pays X and you want to keep that person. So I've heard stories about just, folks just saying, okay, well, we'll figure out a way to get your salary up there because we want to keep you. Is that something that happened? And then that money would come from the same sources, probably?
Chairman, Senator Gru, absolutely. In the compensation policy, we have a provision in there that a retention increase of 10% can be approved. That also has to go through A&I. So if we have somebody who in another department or another agency that they really want to keep this person, we will approve the 10% increase. They have to do the same thing. They have to figure out where they're getting their money from. And in some of the bigger agencies, it's a lot easier. In some of the smaller agencies, it's virtually impossible.
Last one, and I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to read all of this, but if we were to adopt this and we go through this matrix and we go through all the departments, all the folks that in the last 2 years who have that fall into those categories that we just talked about, that any compensation, market adjustments, anything like that will be trued out with what was given before. So I guess the point is we won't have a scenario where people are coming to us, and writing us little emails and saying, well, I got 2%, but I know somebody in this department actually the last 2 years got 9. Or something like that, that's all gonna get trued out through this process, what's happened before.
Chairman, Senator Drew, absolutely. And that's why I want to talk about the sideboards when we get into, because I do want to run everybody through it so that this book is useful to you when the agencies come in. So I'm going to use A&I as the example, and then make sure that you understand how that matrix works, because when you first look at it, the 2% versus 7%, well, that's inherently unfair. But what it does is it takes the people at the lowest level, so the ones that are closest to minimum, and hurries them along a little quicker than somebody who might be closer to the MPP. They're already closer to market, so they're not going to get the 7% raise. They're going to get something more like a 2% raise, depending on their PMI. So I will go in depth with that when we get to the booklet, if that's okay.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Mr.
Well, thank you. I feel like we just had a trailer for the compensation discussion. But anyway.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Director Balk, I was going to maybe hold off, but I think on this question, but Senator Drew kind of brought it into play, and maybe this would be a good time to get a better explanation of that. And that is the example you used about where you have a vacant funded position that you then take part of that funding to enhance compensation in another position. So then that position is left partially funded or not funded. It's actually funded, but you use the money elsewhere. And so then as we go through the process, that's always been a problem for this committee as we try to adjust and figure out vacant positions. We say, well, this position's been vacant for 1.5 years, and the agency will say, well, don't take that because we use the funding of that position scattered throughout to enhance other positions. That's a challenge for us. And so as you move forward with this plan, do you have anything figured out that will eliminate the ability or the need, maybe would be the right word, the need to rob Peter to pay Paul, so that those, because we really struggle with that when we get into this vacancy thing and we say, well, but this position hasn't been filled, can we defund it? No, it's don't defund it because we're using those funds. So am I making sense there? And can you address how we
Mr.
struggle
Chairman,
with that?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Larson, I think what part of what maybe is misunderstood, if it's defunded in that position, that means that those funds are sitting there. They're not being used, and Kevin can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're not being used elsewhere. They may want to be used elsewhere later, but at that time, if it's in position 2 and it's half, we took half of the funding to rob Peter to pay Paul, as you say, the money that's left in that position is not currently being used. Otherwise it would be moved. That's my understanding, and I'll leave it to Kevin to make sure.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
But I want to make sure we make a point before we do that. So Kevin wanted to interject. So let's let Kevin interject on your question.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to discuss the process real quick. In the Chapter 17, we went the extra mile with the agencies this last build of the budget on this topic. And in A&I, if you'll pull up their Chapter 17 report on page 3, you'll see where the State Budget Department collaborated with the agencies and made a statement so that the legislature would understand, because it kind of relates back to Section 310, controlling the budget creep. This agency's total position budget allotment for salary is at or below the previous agency's biennium total position budget allotment for salary, meaning that A&I didn't cross the biennium, providing more salary than their previous budget had available. And we did this throughout the enterprise. Now, those agencies where this doesn't apply, but there's some that have exception requests. You'll see exception requests, some of the boards and agency here and there. those exception requests were driven by the state budget department to say, you're above the previous biennium. Let's look at those market adjustments, salary adjustments, and identify those for the B11. And you'll see those. You'll see some of those today. The other process that I want to talk about as well is we take a snapshot every 2 years when we pull from the payroll system that says, here's all the movements that were made by the agencies, because the agencies do have the flexibility to move salary. And a really good example would be that you have a 30-year employee that retires and you replace that employee and you're going to hire them at less than what that employee was being made. And then an agency director might have a retention situation that springs up and they'll use that differential to take care of that retention problem. But the point here is that every 2 years we go through the process of making everything in the budget in according to exactly what these people are being paid. And then the benefit adjustments we also do as well. And then that sets the stage for the standard budget, which then says this agency has not eclipsed their previous budget authority, which we've done here for.
Okay, so with that, let's go back to Representative Larson to hit follow-up, unless it was answered.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director Balk and Director Hibbert. I maybe not fully understand that, but it just seems to me that my memory serves me that there have been times when we have positions in there that are woefully underfunded because we've taken money from those positions and put them someplace else. And that seems to be problematic to me.
Well,
And so how do we prevent?
Before you come off of that, I think there's one other element that y'all haven't talked about, and maybe either Trish, maybe you or Kevin could speak to it, and that is one, the limitations on transferring funds between series. The budgets have the prohibitions, particularly out of Series 100. And the other thing you may talk about also is how you fund positions upon termination retirements, which also is an important part of this discussion. So please.
Chairman.
And then we'll come back to you, Representative Stitt.
Chairman, Representative Larson, what Chairman Perkins said is absolutely true. When you have vacants, many of the smaller agencies need to leave vacant positions open. Fully funded, partially funded positions open to work on paying out the retirement.
Could you give us an example? So somebody retires, how big is the obligation? I mean, what type of obligation are we talking about when someone retires and we've got to pay off accrued vacation, accrued sick leave?
Chairman Perkins, I can give you a couple examples that are roundabout numbers where I can probably pinpoint it. But for example, when you have an employee who is a 40-year employee who leaves A&I, who has all of their leave, they have use it or lose it, so they can bank a certain amount. It could be a $40,000 payout. It could be higher, depending on how long they've been there. That's significant for a small agency. That their 100 series, for example, in A&I, I think we have about 50,000 extra in our 100 series for a biennium. So what happens is when somebody retires, we have to take that vacancy savings and be able to pay that out. What Representative Larson asked was, how do we stop the need to rob Peter to pay Paul? One of the options is to budget all positions at MPP of the pay scale. We've talked about that. The governor and I have talked about that. The directors and I have talked about that. There was very little chance that we were going to come to the days that as an option, because right now, originally we said that's about an $80 million ask a year. It's now about 100. So if we had come with that ask, that would make the directors' lives a lot easier. It would probably make budget's life a lot easier. Every position's budgeted at MPP. Directors do what you want with it. If you have somebody who's lower than MPP on the majority of your staff, and then you can move some of that money around. But once it's budgeted at MPP, that's where it stays. That is not how it works now. So that's a way to fix it. very expensive to do that. So we have tried to come up with this package, which is, as we'll talk later, annually, it's about $15 million from the general fund. The rest is other funded. So,
Enterprise-wide?
enterprise
Okay.
fund, for the state agencies, not including UW, community colleges, a couple other smaller agencies. Even though we did put that, that is in the 53 million, I think it's in the 53. But we'll talk about that later, but there are options. But MPP, which is obviously as a director, that would be great. I would be thrilled if that was the case. Not sure it's realistic right now. And that's why the governor came with this package, which makes a lot more sense.
Thank you. So, you have another question? Okay. You know, just,
Chairman.
please don't take Representative Stiff's question. He's really been working
No,
on it.
and
I-
Mr. Chairman, my
Sorry, Clark.
question's been answered, or I've at least connected the dots sufficiently, so I don't have to ask a question.
Yeah, so,
Thank you. Go ahead.
So-
Representative Walker.
Director Ball, coming back and tying into this retirement component that Chairman Perkins talked about, has there ever been a time in the department where they've just had an amount of in part of the budget to address when somebody retires, particularly in the example that you've used where maybe they've been able to then go back and not have to depend on their vacancy or their. I think-
Chairman Perkins, Representative Larson, not in the recent past. However, we have had discussions with the budget department in the governor's office about figuring out a way to do a pot for the, specifically for the smaller agencies. If you have an agency like Director Hibbert's agency, which has if, and he, you know, he's gonna have retirements coming. If you have somebody who's been there for 30-some years, it is gonna be a struggle. for
Mean like
to pay
him?
that. I'm actually thinking about one of his analysts. But that retirement is gonna put a strain on the budget department. So Kevin and the governor and I have talked about doing some type of pot that would help the smaller agencies.
Trish, before I interrupt that thought, I just got to know all of your fans in cyberspace cannot hear you. Can you pull your mic just a
Geez,
little
I'm
closer?
sorry. Okay, sorry, but I'm usually pretty loud. Okay, thank you. So we have talked about having a pot in that case. So I can, if Director Hibbert would want to talk about that.
Mr. Chairman, I can follow up. Prior to 2016, the state did have an enterprise sum of money that we could do for paying out the retirement, the sick leave, and the vacation benefits. But in 2016, you remember the collapse of the oil industry. We were scrambling then, cutting budgets, and that particular pot of money was used to help us balance our budget. And this last interim, we did have a top discussion about this, and we suggested that perhaps we could have a small amount of money, particularly for those smaller agencies. The Board of Equalization was one of the ones that testified to you a year ago because they were faced with not being able to replace their position as time as they wanted to because they had to make the sick leave and vacation payout. So I do think the small amount of money set aside for us to work with the agencies, the smaller ones with sideboards, and actually say, first of all, you have to review your existing vacancy savings, have some exercise to make sure that we just don't jump at it. But when it becomes necessary with the approval of A&I and the state budget department or the governor's office, something to that effect, then I think that would be helpful.
So, which brings us to the point. I mean, what you have is an unfunded liability that accrues from all of these, particularly from personal leave. And so do we know what that is enterprise-wide, what the unfunded liability is for accrued leave?
Chairman Perkins, I don't off the top of my head, but we can get that for you.
I mean, it's a substantial number and obviously it hits when it hits. And so then at least people scrambling to cover that. In a small agency, you may end up having to leave a position vacant for, up to a year to have the money to cover. So it gets difficult at times. So I think we're learning that more all the time. So any other questions on this issue? And we haven't even started yet. This is a great warm up. So
Thank
with
you.
that, go ahead. We'll continue on. If you have any additional opening remarks or if we're ready to dive in.
Chairman Perkins, I think we're ready to go into our presentation, and then there's a few things along the way, and then we'll get into the budget book.
Okay, great.
And hopefully. Oh, it's working. There we go. So like I said, I wanted to make sure that some of the new members understood who the players are in A&I and exactly what we do for the enterprise. We are an enterprise agency, so we serve many different, well, I have trouble staying on a PowerPoint. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So in the director's office, it's myself and Russ Noel. Economic Analysis Division, like I said, it's Dr. Lou. General Services, Andrew Coleman. Human Resource Division, Aaron Williams. And the Wyoming State Library, Jamie Marcus. And I neglected to put the Professional Licensing Board on here, and that is Joanne Reed. And I apologize for that. The next slide shows our mission, vision, and values. I'm not going to really go through that, but we did work on this in the last year and a half. Wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of our mission and what we find as the important aspects of A&I. A&I serves all branches of state government. We serve the legislature. We serve the judicial branch. Obviously, the executive branch, state agencies, state employees, officials, all Wyoming libraries, all the county libraries, and some school libraries, and the public at large. And I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. We do have a new dashboard on our website. I'm not sure if this will work, but if you click on the link, it should bring up some statistics for current happenings in A&I.
So I did notice it said new, but not new and improved.
It's new.
Okay, well, we're working on the improved. Okay.
Yes, yes. So it's improving the website, but it's actually a new link in the website. So each division and has some pertinent information in there that's helpful for not only this body, the legislative body, it also is very good for the public at large and state employees as well. So the history of our agency goes back to DASFE in 1971. I was not here to be involved in DASFE. So we have service, flexibility, reliability, and excellence. That's what we're striving for. So essentially, if you don't know A&I is there and everything's getting done, that's what we want. We want to make sure that things are getting done and you don't notice it. That means that we're doing our job. So to talk about the divisions, the director's office, accounting division, A&I accounting division serves 20 licensing boards supported by the Professional License Board office. Those are the 20 boards that are under A&I. The Wyoming Gaming Commission, PTSB, Miners Hospital, Sports Combat Commission, the Governor's Office, the residents, Wildlife Natural Resources, Environmental Quality Council, and the State Budget Department. There has been some recent requests for additional help. Agencies that have asked A&I to take over their fiscal. One of those is the Board of Nursing, the District Attorney's Office here in Laramie County. The Gaming Commission, with some of the changes that they're having, they have some changes they would like to see. And then temporarily, the Board of Medicine. Those are, I believe we have agreed to all four of those right now.
Go ahead, Representative Larson, I think has a question.
So Director, how does that work? It's, you're not required, if somebody makes a request, say, gee, we're having trouble, can you guys help us? You're not required. What's the process for doing that? And
Chairman Perkins, I probably will turn it over to Rory. However, I know that if there is a newly created licensing board, they automatically come under ANI. So those are automatic. When it comes to the Board of Nursing, the DA's office, and the Board of Medicine, it's a request from the agency. And we strive to be able to do what we can for the agencies. So I'll turn it over to Rory, but it's basically whether we can handle it or not.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Rory Horsley. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for ANI, and that's exactly correct. For temporary help, we get referrals sometimes from the state auditor's office. So, for example, with Board of Medicine, they had a fiscal person that left the agency, and they asked for our help while they were recruiting and filling the position. And since then, we've even extended the help due to some other challenges that they've had internally. So that will be ending fairly shortly, I believe. But we have to analyze the resources that we have internally, and especially now with taking on 3 other requests for permanent accounting work and sometimes budget work with those, most of the time budget work. You know, we're getting a little strained internally with the resources that we have available. So it's purely, you know, a consideration of what's the volume of fiscal work that we're looking at, what's the time frame, and then visiting internally to determine if we've got the resources.
Is there an interagency charge when you provide those services to a different agency?
Mr. Chairman, we don't charge for those temporary situations. The permanent agencies that we do fiscal work for, we do report our time by those different agencies to the budget department, and it's included in the statewide cost allocation plan.
So to clarify that money doesn't come to ANI, it goes back into the general fund. So, and I think what Rory had to say regarding the strain, right now it's workable. If we had more requests, we would have to come back to you and ask for probably one position to see if that's going to be the case where we have the smaller agencies. And it makes sense for the smaller agencies to possibly come into ANI for their fiscal. One of the reasons it's good is they have a seasoned team. So it might be somewhat easier for Rory's team to get that fiscal work done in a timely manner versus what they're doing in the agency with new folks. They could be a 3-person agency where fiscal is just something that is weighing on them because they don't have time to do it. Those are the reasons why people come into ANI. Next slide. So professional licensing boards, and this is Executive Director Joanne Reed. These are the 20 boards that we serve currently. And there are 3 executive directors, including Joanne Reed, who is the executive director and managing executive director. So she runs the office and manages the other 2 executive directors. Each one serves 6 boards. So instead of just having 1 board as an executive director, they have 6 and 2 of them have 7 boards. There is a compliance officer as well. Excuse me. In the last, excuse me, in the last year, the total licensees increased by 819 over the last fiscal year without staffing increases. There's a total of 12,120 licensees that are served by the PLB. You'll see in our exception request, we have asked for a position for PLB because of the workload. And like I said, if there's a new board created, it automatically comes under ANI, so they continually get more work We can talk about that in the budget.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your executive directors, do they switch boards to create some cross-training opportunities, or do they stick with the same 6 all the time?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Walters, I'm not sure that answer, but I can get that answer before we're done today. I believe that it's such a tight, small group that I believe there is cross-training. I'm not sure it involves actually switching up boards, but I know there's cross-training. For example, if one of them is out, the other executive director can take care of the issues. One of the problems that we have is we don't have a cohesive licensing system throughout. That would help. We have tried on multiple occasions to get that done. Joanne has tried to put out RFPs. They start doing it, turns it into a disaster. They never get it done. So that's something that we are focusing on, and I know Joanne is focusing on now to see what we can do to get the licensing boards on a licensing system that would make the workload significantly better. Next is General Services Division. This is where the bulk of this body probably sees is the trades, custodial, buildings and grounds, so the outside areas, leasing, central mail, motor pool, procurement, risk management, and surplus property. It's a very wide-ranging division, and we will talk at length about them during our budget hearing, but wanted to make sure that everybody knew exactly what we do in General Services Division. We manage, maintain, and clean over 40 buildings, 1.9 million interior square feet. We have the Casper Office Building, or the Thyra Thompson Building, coming on sometime in February. We maintain grounds, irrigation, mowing, snow removal, et cetera. Manage around 200 leases and maintain a fleet of approximately 1,400 vehicles.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Does that include the state facilities like the state hospital or the retirement center as well?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Larson, it does not. It's, we have Cheyenne, and then we have contract for the Rockwell Building in Sheridan. And with the Casper Office Building, as you'll see later, there's an RFP going out for a contract similar to the Rockwell Building. For custodial, we are only doing that for a full winter, full summer to see what is cheaper, whether we have a staff up there. So we're going to see what works out better for the state. We may actually have an A&I staff up in Casper. We already have A&I employees in Casper right now, HR employees. So that might be an option, but we want to see which one is less expensive.
Can
With the Casper Office Building, I think I mentioned that agency moves, correct? I believe I'm correct with agency moves are supposed to start February 28th, so the beginning of March. They will take approximately 4 weeks. We have been working with the SBC, with State Construction Department, and with Representative Walters to make sure that that's a smooth transition. So we anticipate March as being a pretty busy month for A&I up in Casper. I'll be up there, I believe, next week to tour the building as well with some of the A&I folks and kind of see where we are, and with the State Construction Department. Specifically, we're looking at security and how that's set up to make sure that we are on track for the security and not having multiple different systems in that building. And we have one system that works cohesively with all the agencies. Next, we have a general services, trade, work orders, and labor hours completed in the last 6 months. On the left-hand side of the chart, you have corrective work orders and labor hours. And then on the right-hand side, you have preventative. That's just a chart to show exactly what we do on a daily basis or monthly basis. So in other words, when you look at the more preventative, that's what we want. We would like to have more preventative, so we have less corrective work orders. Human Resource Division, I'm not going to read through that entire slide. I think we have had a lot of discussions about the Human Resource Division. Improves and maintains job content classification. Pretty much anything to do with the life of an employee goes through A&I. And what we try to do, and we'll talk about consolidation or centralization later, we do approve all agency changes related to personnel. And so we have a pretty good handle on what the agencies would like to do, have done, and what has been denied for them to do. So, and there's been a few denials in this last year with compensation. So you might hear a little bit of that coming up with the agencies. We deal with the personnel hearings and grievances. We have rules that we set up and we promulgate and interpret those rules. That's all under the Human Resource Division Administrator. So that position has the authority for the rules, the interpretation, and also establishes the performance appraisal system.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Director, and then I may be getting ahead of our agenda here today, but on human resources, one of the big things going on in your proposed budget seems to be the centralization of HR, going from 13 employees to 95. Can you take me through an example of what that would mean, say, for, say, the Department of Corrections? If it's human resources now being done by you and the director wants to hire 5 new guards at the prison in Rollins, how's the process going to be different in the future than it is right now?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Stiff, it should not be different. It is consolidated, so we are in the new process now. The directors are always involved, no matter if we're consolidated or when we weren't. It is their prerogative to make hires. So there were some comments yesterday about putting out recruitments and how long that takes, or nothing has changed there. That's always been the case. Directors or HR has always had to go through A&I to put out a recruitment. So there's nothing that has changed. What we'd like to see is that directors don't see a difference. For example, at corrections, they shouldn't see really anything change if we're doing our job right. We have strived to make sure that this consolidation is not like others, where people are taken out of the agency. I've always said the worst thing you can do is take HR out of the building, because then people just don't go to them when they need to, and they're not there, they're not accessible. We have tried, unless there's a request from either an agency or from the HR person to move to a different agency and work on a different agency, we have tried to make sure that their people that they had 2 years ago or last year are the same people they have today. They're sitting in the same spot. There's just a different reporting. And hopefully they have more information because they're under A&I and HRD to bring back to their directors. For example, we had there's monthly all hands meetings basically. And I told them last time, and we're having one Friday, tomorrow. Please watch the JAC. I don't know if you've not watched that before in the past. You need to watch the governor and you need to watch at least A&I so that you can help your directors through the compensation and the things we're talking about. So hopefully they're watching right now. And we will get to a little more detail on where we are with HR. In fact, I think we're coming right to that, and I'll have Jared come up. There you go.
So, good, so my senator to my left just whispered in my ear, and it's a good question since you're on that slide.
Sure.
Trish, I mean, so if on the HR consolidation, where do you see the economies and the efficiencies? Where do you think that those are going to be realized?
Thank you, Chairman Perkins. Senator Kinski, I do think what the most obvious efficiency is positions. There are going to be multiple positions that are handed back to the governor to be able to say, here's where the efficiency was for the positions. There are also going to be efficiencies in the 200, 300 series, possibly 900 series. For example, we have 2 agencies that are using a kind of an HRIS system or Chronos. 3 agencies. 2, 3 agencies. We are working on a contract for one contract for both of those agencies until we can figure out an HRS system for the entire state. So those are little efficiencies that we'll get. Some of the efficiencies, monetary efficiencies anyway. Some of the other efficiencies that you'll see are when we have, and it's hard to explain, it's hard to quantify how that efficiency works within the office. In a couple years, when we're done, when this consolidation is fully in place with the new reorg, we might find that we have too many, still have too many positions. However, if you look at A&I statute, there's a lot of things HRD is supposed to be doing that we fall down on because we don't have enough staff or didn't. We will now be able to do some of those things, like robust training, like an EEO officer. One of the things that in joint transportation is discussing the ability for military to come through A&I on their sexual harassment claims, if any, and to have an EEO officer. Well, we are already setting up an EEO division, which does grievance appeals, EEO, and investigations. We don't want to have to go to an outside company for investigations. We have investigators within our agency and within the agencies outside, but they're overworked when investigations come up and they don't have time to do their own job and do the investigation. So sometimes we have to go to an outside agent or an outside company, which costs 5 times as much as it does for us to do it. So those are where the efficiencies come in. We will not have to do those investigations from outside companies any longer. So there's a big mix of where the efficiencies come from. But I think for your purposes, Senator Kinski, I think that you're going to see the biggest monetary change in the positions and the vacancy savings. I think the vacancy savings that we have right now every month is approximately $121,000 or $120,000 over the past year and a half. So that's a significant savings that maybe you won't see because it goes back to the general fund, but we will make sure that we obviously will make sure that you guys see exactly what that reversion was from HRD.
Thank you. Oh, Senator Schwartz, you're here. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am here. So following up on that, I mean, we're looking at, you're describing the success of the HR consolidation through these efficiencies, which are appearing to be largely monetary.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if you have other metrics that you will be able to use to determine the success of the consolidation.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Schwartz, yes. And I think you might see that this next few weeks from the directors. I think the directors are going to be able to say whether it's working and hopefully you see the positive from many of the directors.
So far, they've been silent except for one
And that
he-
wasn't
and he
good.
wasn't, you heard that. He wasn't impressed.
Right. Yes, and that's unfortunate because we do strive to make sure that they are served.
Right. My guess is that the best compliment we're gonna hear is that we don't hear anything. Which, you know, we'll hear the bad that we won't hear if it's working well, but we will hear if it's not, if they don't think it's working.
Right, right. I think you will hear if they don't think it's working. However, I think there are a few directors that we have worked closely with, and I should probably have a little shout out to Director Schmidt and Director Cooley. That's an example of an efficiency where we merged their HR together. They do very similar, they have similar work, similar clients. And it's working very well to have those two served by the same team. Excuse me. I think what you're going to find from many of the directors is they're pleasantly surprised that it's not, that it's better than they thought it was going to be. And anybody, myself included, I had my own HR. I do not have supervision over that person any longer. I have supervision over Aaron and Jared. So, but they're the HRD administrator, which I always have commented on, has a lot of leeway and a lot of power under A&I. And so that person is responsible for making sure that the agencies are served and they're served well. So I think you'll see it in the next couple of weeks, whether it's working or not, hopefully.
Sure.
So I guess my hope is, I mean, that's kind of almost an anecdotal metric.
Sure.
And I'm hoping, and I realize it can't occur immediately, but that you can develop some kind of metric, say a year from today when we're doing supplemental budget, to give us some kind of indication of how you are measuring the success.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Schwartz, that is exactly what we intend to do. The supplemental budget is probably where you're going to see the negative exception request for the savings for HRD and the centralization. And Jared just wrote that down. So we will make sure that in that presentation that we cover all aspects of it. We are still in the middle of it. We're kind of giving you a sneak peek on where we think we might be. And Jared can walk through some of that. But the supplemental budget is where that negative exception.
Right. At the end of the day, the monetary metrics are, I think I think will be fairly obvious, but ultimately it wasn't always just, it's not just about providing some savings. Obviously that's always important to us skin flints. But the other side of it is that the anticipation was, and one of the purposes was that we could provide a better and more uniform HR service for everything from the application of personnel policies to complaint processes. If someone is being harassed or provided with a hostile work environment, provide those opportunities and professional assistance throughout the system, throughout the enterprise, so those things can be brought to attention and dealt with, and we can continue to have a healthy and vibrant work environment for the state of Wyoming employees.
And Chairman Perkins, absolutely, as you were on the Efficiency Commission, that is what we're striving for, is to make sure that no matter what agency you're in, you're treated the same. And we are seeing that now. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you have some HR that are used to doing things a certain way. And maybe that's not the right way. And well, did you know you had to do this? So we are reining that in. We're seeing that some of the policies that are going to be coming up in the next couple months, like donated sick leave, all those things that have always been, we've tried to allow the directors to run their own agency. But we are working with the directors to say we have to get a uniform policy, because this donated sick leave, that somebody's out of sick leave, but they're on maternity leave. And they're getting donations, but somebody else, maybe a gentleman who wants to go on paternity leave, somehow gets denied. And that's the prerogative of each agency on what they allow in donated sick leave or not. And that's inherently a problem. And those are the things that we're hopeful that And we've seen that we've fixed already. So we will have that information for you, a little more detailed, and we'll have a little more time. We'll be at closer to a year and a half when we can sit down and say, this is what we've seen. So we will get that for you.
So Trish, and I really appreciate the information. I actually, we'll be doing some of this, but we're an hour
I
into
know.
your time ready. So we need
Gotta
to,
hurry.
yeah, hurry, and we need to get into the budget. So-
Yep. So I think we probably went through HR consolidation unless, and the next slide actually just shows the phases. And one more. So this is what the chart will look like. And if you see there, the labor relations, that is going to be a new section. The agency human resources is the agencies. The consultative services is what HRD always was in the past. We do still have to have that section to do the work that they've always done. So they're not part of the agency HR. And then group insurance, has always been there. And so the labor relations is going to be one of the bigger divisions that we're going to be working with and setting up in the next couple months. Economic analysis, if we want to, I think you all know very well what Dr. Liu does and his team tracks and monitors revenue, participates in the CREG, manages the census and the state data center, evaluates the economic trends. He also is the one that helps on the inflation that you'll see in the in a lot of the statistics you'll see in the compensation facts as well. Cost of living index. Consults with governments, businesses, and the general public through published reports, presentations, and customized requests. Wyoming State Library supports all Wyoming libraries with a multitude of services. I think sometimes people forget that they serve all the county and some school libraries. They're 150 years this year and have my sticker. Provide state employees with tools for services and success. It's the official depository for state publications and some federal documents. They have a couple grants that they have stewardship of. We can go to the next one. EGI. I think we're pretty clear that EGI is under ANI. And they provide competitive benefits, achieve cost effectiveness, member choice, promote healthy lifestyle, and offer a safety net for unexpected challenges. In the past year, they have gone out for RFP for our claims administrator, pharmacy benefit manager, disease management, dental claims, and life insurance. The vendors were notified in August who were awarded the RFP. The one change we have is the pharmacy benefit manager, and that's Caremark. And so they're new. We also expect significant savings with Caremark by approximately $6 million. So that was fruitful to go out for the RFP and get that change. Next. Statewide compensation. I had planned on kind of going through the book here, if that's okay. I also have two employees that would like to make some very short comments. I know that we are already an hour in, as the chairman had indicated. So if we could do that, that would be great. If we want to do the book a little later, I would still like to have Kristen Davidson come up and Damian Garibay to talk about the challenges facing ANI with the custodial department and the trades department. Yeah, switch.
Why don't you do this first as preparation? That why don't you take us into the budget and take us that exception item request, and let's just do that now.
Okay, I can
Okay.
do that.
And then you present that exception request, we can talk about it and then present your witnesses if
Great.
you would. I think that would work.
So I'll go through the budget requests. I have Rory here because this is not my strong suit. I last time turned it all over to her. This year I'm going to attempt to do it on my own. If you have specific questions, I may be turning it over to Rory on a couple of the issues.
Fine. We're always happy to have you come, and you can phone a friend or have training wheels, either one. We don't care.
Yes.
So go ahead and take us to the page and kind of present that exception request to us, and then we'll hear from your witnesses. Okay?
Okay, the specific page for the custodial trades.
Yes.
Page 73 for the electrical position. And Damian, if you could come up.
And what page are you taking us to?
73.
73. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So the electrical position that we're requesting here. Last session, when we were discussing or it was either in the state construction department's hearing or it was afterwards when you were working the budgets. There were two positions that were taken out of A&I and transferred to the state construction department. One of those was an electrical, a senior electrician. And Damian's here to kind of give a quick overview on the struggles that we have. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So Director, I think more accurately is we took the funding from those two positions and put them to the construction department to fund a position that was eliminated there, but we didn't take the position. So we didn't move an electrician over or a janitor over.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Larson, if that was the intent, that is not what happened. The position went to. And I did double check that. So that may have been the intent, but what happened is the position was moved. And it does, we knew at the time that it was going to create some issues. But I would like to turn it over to the supervisor for the electrical department,
Okay.
Damian Garabay.
Mr. Chairman, good morning.
Welcome.
My name is Damian Garabay. I'm here as the electrical trade supervisor. I'm here today as a representative for the trades department of A&I General Services. There has been a lot of questions from the tradesmen about raises for our department. Our department was even overlooked during the height of the COVID scare when it came to hazard bonus pay. We feel looked down upon in this department and unappreciated for what we do for this state government. I will talk to you all today about why, as state representatives, you can help make a difference for the men and women in the trades division. I will give you a few examples of why we are in need of assistance and how, by industry standards, we are underpaid. When I first started in the electrical trade 23 years ago, the state jobs were sought after by everybody. This was where they all wanted to work. It had great pay, had great benefits, and it was a great place to work, and you definitely wanted to retire from here. I ask you now, where is that mentality these days? It seems no one wants to work for the state anymore. Knowing we are underpaid and the majority of the employees have to have a second job or do side work in order to make ends meet. All of our electricians here at the state do side work to make ends meet. The trades department has been here through the COVID pandemic, nonstop servicing all of our buildings. We have taken all the safety measures we can to protect ourselves and our crews during the process. Wearing our masks into every building we work in, spraying buildings with disinfectant as people within these buildings become sick with COVID. Yet we never received any hazard pay or any sort of bonus, nor did we receive any recognition for being here through it all. And yet these buildings remained well maintained. We recently went through a trade study in our department. I successfully convinced the individuals doing the trade study that the electrical crew is one of the most important crews in the trades. The proof that I had convinced them came when the electrical crew had gotten moved into a classification from 7s to 8s. A small win is all it was because there was no raise attached to the move in classification. These days, most things do not function without electrical distribution. With no lights in a room, it's a little difficult to do work. How about the lights in a restroom? Without electricity and electrical distribution, there is no lighting, no receptacles, no door security, and no fire alarm service. No electricity would also mean there wouldn't be any running water in the restrooms. Carpenters wouldn't be able to do any work, and the majority of their tools that they use take electricity. Even the cordless tools they use need their batteries charged at some point. HVAC, moving air with fans, cool in the summer and heat in the winter. However, there is no air moving, cooling, or heating without electricity. Not even those 1,500-watt space heaters so many love to bring into our buildings will work. Without electrical trades crews, several systems fail, but we also need all of these other crews to do their part. Without them, electricity could be here all day, but wouldn't do any work without the HVAC techs, the plumbers, the carpenters, and then all of them installing and maintaining their equipment. Almost a year ago, I hired an electrician that had just moved here. He came here during Cheyenne Frontier Days, and because he was a bull rider himself, he wanted to see the daddy of them all. He liked it so much here, excuse me, that he decided to move here and raise his son. At 29 years old, he is a divorced father raising his son with split custody. He travels halfway to Arkansas with his son every 3 weeks to meet his ex-wife. She takes their son for 3 weeks, and then they make the travel back halfway with their son to exchange. I do admire him for taking care of his son this way. The expense for him to provide his son with daycare while he is working during the day is over $800 a month. The harsh reality of that expense really set in when the first facility he was using had to close down, and he had to search for a new daycare. He wasn't finding anything under $800 a month. He gave me a call and asked if there was any way he could get a raise. Because this expense was hurting him financially, and the pay just wasn't there for him. I had to tell him there was no way I could do any type of raise for him. He said okay, and that he might have to quit in order to find a job that would provide a better pay scale. I let him know he had to do what he had to do, and I did understand. How harsh of reality is that? That we would have to let a good, knowledgeable employee go, all because we can't pay him anywhere near what he can make in the contracting world. Fortunately for the state of Wyoming, he was able to find a daycare for $500 a month. And right now, that's working for him. But what happens if this daycare has to raise prices due to the rising expenses in our ever-changing world? We can shrug our shoulders and say, we'll hire another electrician, or can we? My example for you now becomes this fact. We've had a job posted for an electrical position for 3 months now, and we have not received a single application. The main reason for this, state electrical employees are underpaid. An electrician can work for an electrical union here, the local 415, and their wage package would be $44.88 an hour. Yes, that's a wage package with benefits. Their actual wage is $31.88 an hour. What about a non-union shop? Typically, they pay less than what the union does. So I questioned a shop that the state typically uses during projects. The shop is Pole Mountain Electric. They pay a wage package of $30 an hour for an actual wage of $28 an hour. None of these shops have time off that the state provides, but always hard to convey that to potential employees of the time off that they could get. What does the state pay their electricians? $26.92 with the benefits package for an actual wage of $24.84 an hour. What the state is paying their electricians is why we're having a hard time getting electricians to fill out applications. What worries me is what would have happened if I did lose a journeyman electrician to higher wages. Now we would have 2 positions open when we haven't even had applications for the first one. Another example I have concerning low pay We have a journeyman electrician that has been with the state for 7 years now. We had no choice but to hire 2 new electricians a year ago at the same rate, because we couldn't compete with all the contractors out there. We now have a journeyman electrician that has 7 years with the state. He's making the same wage as new electricians that just got hired. He's training them. It hardly seems fair to this employee to be training people on the ins and outs of our buildings and the systems within those buildings when he's making the same wage as them. I mentioned being looked down upon and unappreciated. I had plenty of examples in mind. The one that stands out to me the most at this moment took place on Monday. I received an email about what I considered a routine work order. The email stated that the work order had been entered into our system on the 19th and still hadn't been done. And it had to be done before Wednesday of this week. The email included individuals above me as if to make this work order some type of a greater priority for me. We have 36 buildings to maintain with 3 electricians and 1 low voltage lighting tech. That week, we had a water leak in the Barrett building, and it was dumping water into lighting fixtures. This particular work order, being an emergency, is what I prioritized, and I had 2 electricians working on it. Our lighting tech and our other electrician were on well-deserved annual leave for Thanksgiving. The routine work order is something I typically would have assigned to our lighting tech. He has been doing a phenomenal job with lighting since being hired almost a year ago. He came in here and has been working his tail off, changing the lighting systems from fluorescent lighting to LED lighting to help the state save money on lighting expenses. All of our buildings are well lit. He even found lighting on the outside of buildings that we didn't even know were not working, and he got them working. He has a low voltage license. I'm able to use him on a variety of work orders, from lighting to phone lines to fire alarm systems and our card reading systems. This is the top quality and the type of individual that we've hired. The same goes for our journeyman electricians. Yet they're underpaid. These are not stand around with your hands in your pockets type men. These are men that want to work. These are men that will do the work. And these are men that work hard every single day. They are safety conscious men and are cognizant of the needs of the state of Wyoming. That routine work order was for bugs in the light fixtures in this very room. And as you see, there's no bugs in these light fixtures. Having these type of high quality individuals employed here at the state makes it possible for us to take on numerous different tasks and numerous different scenarios. We find the answers to a lot of different problems within our group, whether it's electrical, carpentry, HVAC, or plumbing. We all work well together. I've always felt that a good trades maintenance crew should be behind the scenes, but not forgotten. I ask that this committee take a good look at helping the people in our general services department where we are underpaid. The lack of applications for open positions shows that we cannot be competitive with places that pay $28 to $31 an hour when we only pay $24. These facts should be alarming for this committee. The harder it gets to hire people, the harder it's going to be to keep our buildings well maintained. I ask you, when you think about funding the A&I, ask yourselves, how do you do your job to your best of ability without us? Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Dave? Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate putting
Thank you.
a face on that.
And I do want to, Chairman, sorry, wanted to clarify too, the hazard pay is very strict with the CARES money. So we were not able to get that CARES money hazard pay to the trades department or buildings and grounds outdoors. Custodial department was the only ones that. were
Right,
able-
and you're talking about the restrictions
CARES.
in the act itself, not
Yeah,
not decisions that were made by this body or your body.
right. And, or not made by anybody.
Right.
It's
Well,
one of
Congress
those.
made them, but
Yes. So even though I think that it would have been great to be able to do that, that's the reason we were able to keep custodians through the session last year, is because of the hazard pay. But what Damien talked about,
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I'm a little bit confused where we're at. Are we on page 73 of the budget? or
Yes,
are
he
we
was talking,
on-
he was talking about the senior electrical position. that's there.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I realize I'm a new member of this committee, so help me out here. I thought I understood coming into all of this that we're dealing with the budget. We're all professionals and it was my understanding that state employees didn't lobby the legislature. And so that sounded more like a lobbyist plea to me than a professional presentation of what is needed within an agency. And so I just wanted to throw that out for everyone's consideration. We appreciate our employees and I appreciate what they're going through, and many people in the private sector are doing the same thing. So I think we need to stick to the task at hand, but that's just my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. Continue.
Chairman Perkins, and I certainly don't want it to look like lobbying. We brought them up to, as managers to show the problems that they're having for the compensation package. We decided to put it under 73 for the state electrician position. And that's normally that discussion would have come under the explaining the employee compensation package. So I believe that having the supervisors here, I do not believe that's lobbying, but I can certainly limit. We have one other speaker for the custodial department. And with the pleasure of the chairman, when we get there, I can scratch that off or continue with that. I think
Well,
that presentation is short.
And that's, I mean, what we really, this is my problem is we're going to rapidly run out of time here.
Right.
And we've talked about one item in the budget so far.
Yep.
We just.
And
so-
I will move
And
on.
actually, I appreciate the information. I think it's helpful. But we got to get to the budget at some point and get through the work we've got in front of us.
Thank you. So this is the exception request on 73 for the return of the electrical position. And I can move on from there if there aren't any questions.
No, okay, so go ahead. So what and what I think when we're talking about that, I thought we were, and particularly when we were doing this, I thought particularly we were talking about the compensation package as a whole. So when we got to the exception request with respect to the compensation package and fixing the compensation package,
Right.
that's when I anticipated we'd be having most of this discussion in the witnesses, but certainly wasn't clear. So anyway, what I'd like to do is go to the budget, and I'd like to start through, and then at the appropriate places that you want to insert want to provide us with the additional information, I'd certainly welcome that.
Certainly.
Okay?
And we'll start from the
Just
beginning.
know, Mr. Chairman, I think that's your third request. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go ahead.
Chairman Perkins, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you wanted me to go to the two positions, the custodial and the electrical. So I will start from the beginning.
But I think, but the points that Dave made are exactly, are the same points that we're going to make on, on the compensation
Yes.
package
Yeah.
as we get there. And that was my miscommunication to you. So I apologize for that.
So the exception list is on page 18. And we plan to go through page by page if that's okay. I think that's what the preference is from the body.
Sure.
The first exception request that you're going to see is the HR centralization, page 20. And this should set up for the rest of the agencies. We have a negative, we have the positive exception. Sorry, the first one is our agency HR going into HR consolidation. So each agency you're going to see is a negative exception request from their HR going into HRD, and that's ours as well. So you see the negative exception request of $857,746, and that's on page 20.
Thank you.
And then the second HR consolidation item is on page 83. If you want to just go through exceptions.
Well, no, let's just start, go through, and as the exception requests come up,
Sure,
let's do that.
okay,
So right now, we're in your unit, we're in the Director's Office Operations Unit.
correct. And
Okay.
the only exception we have is the HR consolidation.
And then the rest, other than that, it's the standard budget.
Right, and then priority number 3 is the public information officer funding. We are actually asking JAC to disregard this request. As we got further into the budget process and after further thought, the agency will reevaluate this for BFY 25 budget request. This was not an ask for additional monies. It was kind of what we talked about, transferring monies for the PIO officer in the director's office.
So the priority 3 requests at the bottom of page 1 or to the top of page 22, that one's what you're saying, that's withdrawn. if I
Correct.
understand that. Okay, thank you.
So on 29, this is the professional licensing boards. This is what I alluded to in our presentation regarding the additional position for the professional licensing boards, which would be other funded, not generally funded. It's a new BABO 10 position, which is what the executive directors are classified as. To serve as an additional executive director in order to maintain administrative services to the 20 boards serviced by A&I. And if there's not any questions, I can move on.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on licensing board, anywhere on the licensing board?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So when I looked this over, Trish, I didn't quite understand. If you go to page 28, you've got beginning balances and overall expenditures. And I couldn't line up how the funding for this position meets the figures on the page. So if you could, just explain to me, as I understand it, this is a new position that will be funded by the fees that the professional licensing boards make. So what is that fee? How much, what's your, you've got beginning balances are in the positive, but then they go to 0 by 25, 26. So it's not flowing for me. So can you help me understand that?
Chairman Perkins, Representative
Good.
Nicholas, I'm going to turn it over to Rory as we have some issues on all of the tables throughout our budget. So I'm going to have her explain it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. First of all, the special revenue fund history typically doesn't take into account exception requests. So it's more based on the standard budget. The projections, in considering professional licensing board, this office, the intent is that all of the expenditures are funded by the revenue that is coming in as reimbursement. And so when you see, first of all, negative ending balances, that's really just a timing difference. The expenditure happens first, and then the revenues are billed and collected in arrears. So, so it eventually trues up. The projection for an ending balance of 0 is really just to reflect that the intent is not to make money. The intent is to balance the expenditures with the revenues received. So positions, for example, the salaries and benefits that are recorded as actual expenditure are billed to the licensing boards based on the time that those staff in that office spend on those boards.
And so what I'm curious about, Mr. Co-Chair, is for your estimates are the same figure for 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 in terms of revenue. But they appear to be, they don't match what the overall costs are.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, can help. This particular effort is not as the remainder or all the other special revenue accounts that you normally see that have a beginning cash balance, anticipated revenue, expenditures and any cash balance, and that cash balance may ebb and flow. This one, the target is to be zero.
All right.
That's the uniqueness of this particular one. To build the amount that's necessary, but not to carry a cash balance.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, do we have a chart that shows what actual revenues are and what's coming in for, because we don't see that.
Mr. Chairman, we could give you a history for this particular fund, but it's going to be close with what they have here as representing on this
Okay,
particular
thank
chart.
you.
And that's the intent of all these special revenue funds, is to give you a glimpse of the biennial ebbs and flows. But we'll be happy to provide you a nice history on this particular fund.
Right, I mean, and then the revenue, the special revenue is a capture or a payment of the license fees collected by the various boards to cover the costs that are
That's
allocated to them through the process.
And honestly, Mr. Chairman, I have at times jumped to that very conclusion. I go, oh, we're going to run out of money here. Then I have to remind myself that this one operates differently than a cash balance and ebbs and flows.
Right, you're just acquiring from the various licensing fee accounts,
That's
the money it takes to cover the costs that are being allocated to them. So, yeah.
exactly.
Okay, continue. So so that get us through licensing boards? Any other questions on professional licensing boards? All right, let's move on. So we're into the general services.
Chairman Perkins, we're on page 36. We do have, this is surplus property request, exception request for one forklift, one box truck forklift, is a one-time funding to purchase it. The box truck will be purchased by Motor Pool, and this request is for funding to pay the monthly pool rate. So the forklift they have is from the 80s. It barely is able to do the outside work. The new forklift will be able to do inside and outside work. I wanted to point out that the work the surplus property folks have done with the online auction, our revenue from sales from surplus in 2017 was 159,000. Today for 2021, so far is 319,269. So there has been a big success with being able to put that out on the web and selling the surplus property. So we're hopeful that we would be able to fund this. We would be able to have the funding to get this request and to shore up some of the equipment that we have there. The other is a box truck. That box truck is from 2004, I believe. After many years of service, it's reached the end of its useful life, and over time, repair parts have become harder and harder to find. And so I wanted to make you aware of that. The one-time funding is the forklift, the box truck is the one for the mileage. And that is a total of 36,000 for the one-time purchase of the forklift, and the $7,200 to pay for mileage fees, and that's ongoing.
Thank you. Any questions? Questions on exception request? Questions on surplus property? All right, can continue. We're still on general services.
And if we can move to page 46.
Does anybody, before we go to page 36, can you just talk to us a little bit about risk management and
Yes.
on the risk management pool on page 40? State self-insurance risk management. The current balance, as I see it, is about 32, a little over 232 million. And so what, is there a later request for additional? No, never mind. And so
Currently, there's, sorry, Chairman, currently there is not. We do believe we're okay at this point in the risk pool. if we want to have more of a discussion on the risk pool, I can follow up with the chairman if there's specific questions and get you that information.
So but your current analysis on your budget at the end of the current biennium, for which we're looking, the end of this biennium, or the one we're talking about, we think we'll be at just about $44,000 by the end of the biennium. Is that why, if I understand that right? Is that where we're looking at?
Correct, Chairman, 43.9.
Okay.
And I recognize that there have been some volatility. We, knock on wood, have not received that here in Wyoming. I've talked to the risk manager, and as of right now, they think that she thinks that we're not in a difficult place. I would put it that way. I would not say we're in a good place, but we're not in a difficult place right now.
Okay. All
Mr.
right.
Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So I'm looking at your table on page 40. For 17-18, it was 99.2 paid out, 12.6 in 19-20 and 13 and 21-22 so far. And yet your estimates for 23-24 and 25-26 are 2 or 3 million below what the actual costs were for the prior 2 years, prior to biennium. Why is that?
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chairman Nicholas, I will have to get with the risk manager. I know that there were additional insurance requirements because of the volatility. So I will make sure that she can articulate exactly where we are so that you have directly from the risk manager where we are in the pool. I apologize, I wasn't prepared to talk about that in depth today.
Okay.
And Rory just said that she can answer some of the questions, so I will turn it over to her.
Okay, thank you.
And just a follow-up, is this the fund that as part of your step 2 budget cuts, you reduce contributions to?
I did. Chairman Perkins, Co-Chairman Nicholas, it was $5 million. Or slightly under $5 million, I believe is what it ended up being. And at that point, it was higher than it normally was, and had the long discussion with the risk manager to make sure that that was something that she could do and to tell me if we couldn't.
Well, and Mr. Co-Chair, one of the issues obviously we have with this is over the past 10 years plus, we've been trying to increase this fund to ensure that we have adequate funding for it. And the concept that the department then chooses to reduce that as part of a budget cut is contraindicated for everything that we've been doing in JAC to shore up this fund. And so, once again, this is one of those issues that we would request that before you take this fund and reduce it, that we look at all our alternatives and let us then, if you need more money or something for your operations is one thing, but to reduce the risk fund would not be one of our first sources to shore up or cover your operational losses or deficits.
Chairman Perkins,
Yeah.
Co-Chairman Nicholas, I hear what you're saying, and I will address that as well in the future.
Thank you.
But I will let Rory maybe clarify a couple things, probably
Sure,
from what
go
I
ahead.
said.
Okay. And yeah, let's why don't we just mind that. We can do a call. We'll be eventually a call back. We'll just get the risk manager here and we'll just work through that. Make sure we all understand we're on the same page moving forward. So we'll do that way. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
So when we do have a call back, Mr. Co-Chair, I'd like to know what data they're using to support the idea that 32 or 27 million, whatever that number is sufficient. Just so we can have and have that provided to us beforehand, so we can analyze it and look it over before when we have that discussion. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. We want to know the thought process so that we can understand that and see if it's all about understanding the assumptions and whether or not we're on the same page with respect to what we believe our assumptions are. Okay. Anything to add, Rory?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Just a couple points of clarification in regards to the questions. The step 3 budget reduction that we gave was a one-time return of cash. So it was not meant to be an ongoing reduction. So when you look at the standard budget, you will see a little bit over 5.5 million of general fund as part of the standard budget that will transfer into this pool at the beginning of the next biennium if appropriated. So just wanted to clarify that. And then the other point of clarification is on the estimates for the future bienniums, the standard budget figure is used. You will see higher expenditures, and we have had some significant settlement payouts this biennium. But in absence of a better way of projecting claims and settlements when they will hit, the standard budget was used as the expenditure projection.
Okay, thank you. And even if we have to, when we do the callback, even if we have to go to executive session for a bit, we'd be happy. We want to understand what those claims were. Okay,
Absolutely. Thank you.
thank you.
Chairman Perkins, the next is central mail. There is no exception request in the central mail unit. That is on page 44.
Okay. Any questions on general mail, on the mail unit? Okay, go ahead. We're in general leasing it. We're in leasing.
Right. There is an exception request under leasing to remove a recurring B11 request. We consistently have to do a B11 request for approximately $5,500 for property tax on 3 houses that we have, 2 of which are being raised, supposed to be next week. And one that is a rental unit. So we use the rental unit monies to pay the property tax. And we have to do a B11 every year to make sure that that all works properly. And this is to just allow us to pay that without doing B11s.
And why is the state paying property tax?
We're paying, Chairman Perkins, we're paying property tax because we're not using it as a state
Okay.
purpose.
Okay,
We've had the discussion on once the 2 houses are demolished on O'Neill, will we have to pay the property taxes at that point? And so there's a back and forth on whether we will, but we will still have to pay it on the house that is still standing, and that house is also one to be raised as well in the future.
all right.
So the rent is going to be raised, is that what you're saying? Or you're going to raise the house?
Chairman Perkins, we are going to demolish the 2 houses and demolish the 3rd house.
It's hard to raise your rent.
Yeah.
Right. So those rents pay for the property tax.
And so, Mr. Co-Chair, I'm just curious, why are we demolishing them? What, is that cheaper than selling them or just getting rid of them? Or why?
Chairman Perkins, Representative, or Co-Chair Nicholas, they are houses that have asbestos in them. They are not necessarily inhabitable, and it was requested that we demolish those 3 houses actually, and it's taken us a while to get that done through DEQ, getting somebody to do it that is asbestos qualified. So it's taken a little while, but we are on track to get that
How
done.
did we come into possession of these houses?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Nicholas, I would have to turn that over to probably Russ Noel or Andrew Coleman to give me a rundown of that.
Sure. Good. Hey, Russ, good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Andrew Coleman. I'm the General Services Administrator. The houses that we're referring to are on the old Safeway lot, or they're on the block of where the old Safeway building used to be. So these are behind where the Safeway building was, and they're part of the land that we acquired and are holding for the potential for a future office location in the Capitol complex in the future.
And so if they've got asbestos in them, what are we renting them for? We're not. we've got a best, we're not renting them for, hopefully we're not renting for occupancy.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the two houses that we are demolishing, I believe, are not inhabitable. The remaining house is inhabitable, and so we are renting it to make funds, which we're then able to use to pay the property taxes.
Okay.
But the plan is to eventually move that tenant out and then be able to demolish it so that we'll have vacant land that can be used.
So I think there's a couple legislators looking for a place to stay during the session.
Make sure you charge them above rate. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just really quick.
Yes.
Throughout the conversation for the next couple of months, we'll be seeing quite a few exception requests to put an appropriation in place to avoid repeated B11s of this nature. Strategically, it's going to be an efficiency for the governor's office, the state budget department, and the agencies, as well as it'll be more transparent because you'll see the appropriation rather than having it. And then lastly, the conversation we had with the Chapter 17 report, B11s make it more, the more B11s you have, the more confusing the Chapter 17 report is going to be. So that's going to help us there as well.
And thank you, Kevin. All right. Yes, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. Real quick. So we raised the houses. Will we still have to pay the property tax on the land?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Schwartz. I want to say I don't think so, but I haven't gotten that answer. We've talked about it at length, so I got to make sure we talk to the attorneys to make sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Next on the list is central mail postage. There's no exception request here. That's on page 49.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on central mail postage? Okay, keep going, continue.
Okay, page 53. This is an exception request that we do each biennium. It's specific, it's strictly for spending authority on purchases of new vehicles. It's a little more than it was last year. We were not able to buy as much as we wanted last year. I'm sure many of you know, there are chip issues. We also require when we buy vehicles to be the lowest model that we can get. They are not easy to find. One of the issues that motor vehicle has right now is they'll find a vehicle on a lot that kind of fits their profile. They go out and offer sticker price, and then they're asked to pay $10,000 over sticker. So that's kind of what motor vehicle is dealing with right now. So it's a struggle to buy vehicles. But this is the normal exception request that we have every year to purchase vehicles for the agencies and for the rental fleet.
So, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes.
So you mentioned earlier that we have roughly 1,400 vehicles in the fleet. And so you're replacing 362 of them. Is that typical? Is that your typical purchase every year in terms of, you know, we used to talk about it. We had discussions and we've changed the mileage on you know, the turnover rate. We went from 120, I think, to 150 in terms of mileage. But I'm curious how you acquire them, because, you know, right now, if you want a vehicle, if you don't want to pay over sticker, you go and you order them directly from the factory. But it would seem to me, if you come in and order them direct, you know, ordering 300 vehicles, that you could probably get a pretty darn nice deal still at this day and age. But there was a mechanism, I think, where you would go out to bid to different dealerships around the state of Wyoming, and they would come in and bid on them. Is that still the process? And have you done an evaluation of, is that process bringing us the best price for the vehicles that we're purchasing?
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chairman Nicholas, this number of the 352 is a little higher because we weren't able to purchase in the last one, so we move it together. And I will turn it over to Andrew if he has some comments on the actual process. I will say that we strive, and I know Dale Spees, who is in charge of motor pool, strives to get the lowest cost that he possibly can for vehicles. So I will turn it over to Andrew.
You're back.
Thank you, Andrew.
Mr. Chair, Representatives. The process you described, I believe, is still the one that we work on. Dale does work and Motor Pool does work to make sure that we're getting the best value. As the director mentioned, one of the issues that we've had with this is that, you know, the vehicles that we're trying to get are sort of the standard models of, say, trucks. And it might be easier to find the really bells and whistles truck, but that's not what we're going to buy because that's not what we need. And so that's delayed us. So this, I believe, is a larger number because of some of the delays we've had. We are also working to try and catch up on our sort of the high mileage vehicles. My understanding is we're aiming to replace the highest mileage vehicles first, and we're moving backwards. And so the number that you see here includes vehicles that are already over our replacement time, as well as vehicles that we are anticipating will hit that point since everybody's driving a little bit more every day.
So the process, Mr. Co-Chair, is you go out to bid in the various dealerships around the state, then submit bids on the particular vehicle size and make and model that you want.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is accurate. I think the bids are aimed at the type of vehicle that we want. There have been times where, for instance, we're trying to find vehicles right now because they're so scarce where we might look and say, hey, do you have that one? You know, can we ask for a bid on that? But I think we generally ask for, we need X type of truck with X type of equipment.
And these usually go through the fleet service. I mean, this is the fleet service type vehicles. They're not, you're not buying one-off. You're buying fleet service vehicles that are, like you said, they're usually not always, but usually the stripped down models. They're utility for the utility purposes for which you're using them, particularly like on these trucks and the minivans and the cargo vans, things like that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's correct. And one of the things that we frequently do, and Roy may have some more info on exactly how it works out, but if there are add-ons that an agency wants, we ask them to pay for that piece, but we will provide the vehicle. For instance, a utility racks or something like that for the back of a truck that they may need for their particular purpose. We'll buy the truck, they buy the extra piece.
So, Mr. Co-Chair,
Chairman.
my question was kind of more direct, that is it the most cost-effective way to go out and have bids submitted by local dealers versus a different mechanism where you go direct and you can order them right now? You know, you can order a fleet vehicle. It takes about 3 months to show up through a dealership. Even though they don't have anything in stock, they can order it and it'll show up in about 3 or 4 months. My question is, my understanding was we did this intentionally to help basically provide business to our local dealerships, and they bid on them. And my question is there a better, less expensive way to do it than that process, or have we ever looked at it?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nicholas, I think that's something I'll want to talk to get some more information from our fleet manager.
That's fine.
As to kind of his thoughts on it.
Yeah, so I mean, the question is going to be whether if you order through fleet services or whether you order from the factory direct, which of those is the better way? Or is there still another way that you can do it, that you can be more cost effective? That's the question, okay?
And Chairman Perkins, Co-Chair Nicholas, I think it's a little of both. I do think he's going to the manufacturers as well, but we will add that to our list of questions that we will get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions on vehicle replacement appreciation reserve? And you said, and so this is just, I mean, we're playing a little bit of catch up, but this is the normal, like you said, you've already explained that, so never mind. All right, anything else? All right, continue.
Next is page 57. The operating, it's basically the operating account, no requests for a motor vehicle. Page 61, general services. This is unit 3052. This is a position that was originally in the Capitol. And when the Capitol went through the renovation, it was taken out of the Capitol. It resided at State Construction. State Construction gave it back to A&I for the Capitol desk. And then last budget, there were a lot of requests that ended up being one-time funding. And that was a one-time funded, so it was one-time funded, it'll expire, and we are asking for that position to be funded at the BASO 7 level, which is higher than it was for multiple reasons. The position would be in charge of scheduling and setting up the executive branch meeting rooms downstairs in the connector, coordinating visitor services with the LSO docents and others. I have talked with Matt Obrecht about this as well so that we can have a collaborative work from the docents and a state employee. And collaborating with the legislative branch and other executive branch agencies to create and implement to implement the wayfinding that's happening right now. And educational publications, web pages, exhibits, programs, and presentations. The position would also provide critical backup administrative and phone answering support for the governor's office. If they don't have anybody there, they can pop over there and fill in. The A&I director's office and other A&I divisions, and collaborate and manage requests from the governor's office, the state parks department, LSO, Office of Tourism, Division O, and Highway Patrol, and other agencies. We think it's important to have somebody in the Capitol where the state number comes into, the main state number, and work with the docents during session and give them the ability to take breaks when they need to. Somebody's always there. It's directly across the hall from the docent office. Division O was in there for a little bit, but that's where the position would reside.
Could we train some of those guys in Division O to help the docents and walk folks around?
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I see what you're talking about with, we need to do something about
The lights, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
Yeah, Director Bachman, I do have a question on page 61, 62 on the desk information officer. So if I understand it right, the proposal is to pay this person $52,000 a year to be the desk information officer, plus all the benefits that go along with that, which is like $25 an hour. I mean, which seems to contrast. It sounds like we're paying that person to the desk information officer as much as we're paying our electricians, which seems odd.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Stiff, this is a 7 level, which is the same as an electrician. And that's, you've picked up on an inherent problem. The position here for $52,000 or $50,000 a year is appropriate and should be paid at that, where the electrician should be paid higher than that. And that's what we're trying to do with the compensation package. So absolutely correct that you picked up on that, that it is the same.
And Mr. Chairman, follow up. What is this person doing? I mean, $25 an hour seems like a lot for a tour guide.
One of the reasons we want it to be up to a 7, and this was me asking it to go up to a 7, because if we are going to do backup for the governor's office, that person has to have the ability to be confidential. They have to be able to work in the governor's office. So that it can't be a 3 that we have that doesn't have the ability to make decisions. This person is going to be helping with the docents. They're going to be, working with the wayfinding. They're going to be doing more than sitting at a desk and answering a phone. And the information is down below. So we would have it classified and classified property. We think it's going to be a 7. It could end up being that, maybe we put it at a 6. But we wanted somebody who had the ability to do the work we need them to do to take some of the the priorities that we don't have right now. There's nobody from ANI or essentially anybody over here answering calls or helping people find what they need to find, especially during session. The docents do a wonderful job, but if you remember, it was not easy to find them during COVID. It was a difficult situation. We need somebody who's sitting in here who, if there's a problem, knows what to do and knows how to, who to contact if there's a problem in the Capitol. So it is something that we can revisit. I do feel kind of strongly that it should be a 7, to be able to be somebody in this building that can take charge of some of the issues that come up.
Okay, thank you. Just as we talked about that, just was, in fact, I went back because of this exception request and look. It's a tricky place when you go back and look when the committee that worked, Capital Oversight Committee that worked on that would come down at the end of the day. If this position is funded, there needs to be, under the statute, a memorandum of understanding between LSO and ANI about that. For all the reasons you talked about, coordination, who's got, figure out who's on first and who's on second with respect to what goes on with the Capitol, because the Visitor Services is still in large part under LSO, but SBC and executive, obviously, we all have these shared spaces. So we just would bring that up, that we do need an statute requires or calls for an MOU on how to make sure we all understand and stay in our lane. Okay?
Correct. And I have talked, Chairman Perkins, with Matt Obrecht and Wendy Madsen about it. And they are, I'm going to let them say what they feel about it.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure they're pretty happy to have the additional help. And we will do an MOU.
And just while we're on the Capitol, I mean, we just some anecdotal issues that kind of come up. There's a lot of people think that they can't come in this building. Public members that think they can't come in this building, and I know that are the time locks set for 8 o'clock? Or I mean, it can't get in this building at 7:30 without a key card, I don't think.
Chairman Perkins, I believe that it opens at 7:30. I'll double check. If it's not 7:30, it should be.
Okay.
But I do know they lock back down when there is not a session at 5 o'clock. So that's part of the problem. I know that there's a intent to be able to have make people realize that they can come in this building. It's open to the public. During session, it's open longer. It's not locked down, I don't think, at 5 o'clock, but I can double check that. It should be open at 7:30. And I used my key card to get in this morning before 8, but I didn't try the door beforehand. So I can double check that.
So going back to Mr. Co-Chair, the general understanding is that obviously we, the legislature, believe that we have certain controls over parts of this building. One of them has been when the doors when they unlock, particularly now. I've been here twice before 7:30. I don't have my key card, so I can't get in. And so I had to wait for someone else to show up to get in. And but the point being that we should have input on when that door gets unlocked versus you making that decision or the executive making that decision. Right now, the door at the end of the hall on the west wing is locked all the time. So if we go out for lunch, we got to go back and come through a different door because there is no key card over there. And so that's the type of thing when tourists come in and they pull on the door's locked. There's no sign directing them to where they can enter or the hours of the building, all those things. And so basically it's a cold building. If you go to other capitals, at least they have information on where you can go when you get in, what the hours are. We don't have that at this point. So we want to be a part of that. If it takes more money to do it, then we'll help fund that. But we want to be part of the decision process. We want this building open as much as possible. If you walk down the hall on 110 or 111, those doors are locked. So you can't go in those unless they open them for you when you're going to have a committee meeting of some sort. So we have this beautiful building. You can walk in and you can go to the rotunda, but you go down the halls, you can't see what else is behind the closed doors. That defeats part of the purpose of remodeling the building and the beauty and the money and what we put into it. So those are all conversations that we'd like to have with you as part of our memorandum of understanding so that this is as accessible as possible to everyone that comes in here. And it's just important to us that that's part of the process.
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chair Nicholas, I have no problem with that. We receive requests from LSO on a regular basis, especially during session, on how they want the locks to be and the lights and all of that, and we accommodate that. I'm not sure why that west end door is always locked, and maybe it's a situation where we need to put a key card on there. One of the issues, and this is not an excuse, is that right now we are struggling with the custodial. So if we have all of the doors open, what happens is people go in there, eat lunch in there, and hang out, and then, okay, now we didn't know that anybody was in there. There wasn't a committee meeting. Now we have not cleaned it. Then you walk in and you're like, this place is a mess. Those are one of the things we have to work out. With a full staff, not an issue. So I will work with Anthony and Matt and make sure you're included on that. At least the chairs are included on that memo of understanding. And that's one of the things with this position. Having somebody who, if the docents aren't there during session, that person is there, he or she is there to help with tours. Let them know that it is open. You can go where you need to go. You know, the governor's down there, LSO is upstairs. Those are the things we want this position to do when the docents aren't there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, continue.
Okay, Rockwell Building, that's on 65. Unit 3053, there's no exception request there. And that's
Okay.
the building up in Sheridan, and it's under its own budget. We may in the future be trying to move that into general services, but currently it's its own budget.
All right.
I'm sorry, I was just informed that we did move it this year, so.
Yeah, you zeroed it out.
Yes.
Cheap building. Okay.
Facility operations on page 67. There's no exception request. Sorry, this is the custodial position. This is the same situation with the electrician. During the session, I went through it with the electrician. This is a TDBGO 1 custodian. The information in here is kind of along the lines of the last speaker we had. Christy Davidson is the supervisor for the custodial department to explain some of the challenges she has. And we can either do that now or later or not at all. So I will leave that up to the co-chairs on that.
Okay. Right now, we're continuing to, we still got a long ways to go. Let's keep,
Yep.
let's keep going.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that custodial position, or any of your custodial positions, have you been able to supplement general funds for COVID funds because of an increase sanitation need as you discuss, or sanitization, excuse me, need as you discuss in your narrative here? And for this position in particular, could you work with the budget office to make some funds effective immediately out of possibly CARES funds due to that increase? The justification being the increased need for sanitization and such. and then also fund it going forward for the next, for this biennium through the ARPA funds with that same justification? Or have you looked into doing that?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Walters, we have looked at doing that. We haven't looked at swapping the funding, and I can talk with the budget department on that. We have requests into on the ARPA funds, but that has not been, we haven't had a full discussion on that, but as one of the requests, the custodial department was able to receive the hazard pay, which was significant and very welcome. Once that hazard pay stopped, I was able to do hazard pay for one more month out of some 100 series savings for the custodians, but that's all we could afford to do outside of what the CARES Act offered to try to keep some of the custodial staff here. So the short answer is we've talked about it. There's not been an answer or a really deep discussion about the swapping of it, but I can leave it to the budget department and the director to opine on that as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Kevin.
in the CARES Act, it's in specificity that you can't supplant what was previously budgeted. So we weren't able to do that. Now, as far as a request inside Strike Force for ARPA for the future, then that can be taken under consideration. And that would be under a study that we're doing right now in the state budget department. We're calling it permissible. Remember, we could have the calculated amount, which was the treasurer gave us a formula, and we have the permissible. So we're right now trying to get all that permissible, because then we can extend how much money we bring back in the general fund, as you suggested, Representative Walters. And that's important to us. And also the $502 million of calculated amount, we're $20 million short now, which is really, in my mind, a really good place to be right now to basically change the color of those funds from ARPA direct through the calculated amount. And then it goes into the general funds. So that $502 million, we're well on our way to getting that accomplished.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So my recollection is when we did the remodel of the Hirschler and the Capitol, that A&I came to us, that being the oversight group, and said, we want to let you know, we're gonna need more janitorial services and even, I think even a grounds person or two, in order to maintain what we're doing. And I remember those conversations. And my question is this part of that? And have we followed up and provided additional personnel to maintain the Hirschler building and the Capitol already? Or if we have not, I mean, that's just something that I need to clarify.
Sure, Chairman Perkins, Co-Chairman Nicholas. If my memory serves me, I was not in this position when that happened, but I believe there was a request for 11 positions and we were granted 5. It's something similar. I can get that exact number. So I think we got 5 positions.
Yeah, that was my recollection. We gave you some, but not
Correct.
all that were asked for. And partly because when they, in oversight, the suggestion was we need 3 or 4 or 5 more, not 11 more. But you know, obviously, if it's based on need and that's what you need to get it done, that's just useful information.
And if I understand the exception request, if this was like the electrician, that the intent was to take the money as part of one of the step reductions last year. The end result was that not only took the money, but it also took the position. This is putting the money and the position back. So you're even down what happened last year was the result was we were one less than we had even after after the additionals were given after the Capitol reopened. Is that right?
Chairman Perkins, yes. And it's a struggle and you have the vacant list, and that's part of the stress that the vacant list presents for the majority of the agencies and the agency directors and the CFOs, I'm assuming, that when they're on there for a vacant list, it is the easy place to go for trimming a little bit. And particularly this year, it is very difficult. I have 12 vacancies in the custodial department. It's a third of the staff. So it seems odd to be asking for a position when I can't even fill the 12 I have. I'm hopeful that the compensation package will help with that. But we need those positions. And I think you'll see, or you may have already seen some of the differences in the cleaning of the Capitol. They do a phenomenal job that I believe Janice only has one other person right now to clean this entire building. That's not an easy task. It's okay and somewhat doable when you guys aren't here. But the panic sets in at night when session is going to be here in February. So, so it is a struggle, and the custodial department is having a difficult time, along with buildings and grounds. And those 11 were for buildings and grounds as well. I will tell you that this irrigation system takes a lot of time in the summer to work with. The snow removal takes a lot of time because we can't get big equipment on some of the paths. Keeping kids from running on the skylights takes some time if you've seen the new signs out there. So it would be appreciated if we could get those two positions back at least. Our main goal is to try to fill the positions that we have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a short break?
Sure. Why don't we go ahead, it is past that time, so why don't we go ahead and take a break for about 10 minutes, and so we'll come back at 10:25.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and bring General Appropriations back to order. And I think we left off, we were had just finished talking about, we're in general facilities, we're talking about facilities operations. Anything else there, Director?
Chairman, no. Then the next one would be on page 72.
Trades management, okay? Went down there, and this is, and so the first one there, we've got, why don't you go ahead and talk to us a little bit about the Thyra Thompson building up in Casper, going to come online.
Sure, Chairman. As I said earlier, it looks like the end of February. That's not a drop dead date. We have the move scheduled. It looks like it's pretty close. When Representative Walters comes back, he probably has a little more insight. The exception request here is for something similar that we do in Sheridan, which is a contract to take care of the building, any issues that arise. We want to do that for one whole winter and one whole summer. So for the next year and a half, when we get it.
And you'll make some adjustments and figure out what's the more cost-effective way to do that, whether you continue to outsource that or whether you see if you can.
Correct. Chairman, I think that's what the intent is, to see if it makes sense to have a staff up there in Casper. Sometimes I think it does. But we'll have to see how it looks for the RFP that goes out. And I will turn this over to Rory on the budget exception request, because there's a little bit of an issue on this request that I want to make sure that we're clear on.
Okay, and so, as we do, so two things come to mind. One, if it's going to open in, then I don't think there's any money by the budget for it now. So is there money in the budget for that now? So if there's some portion of that have to be made effective immediately in order to finish out this biennium, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, actually what happened, we brought a supplemental request to you for the building manager. And so we have that funding through June 30th for when that building comes online. But you're correct in that the money is not in the standard budget for the next biennium.
Okay. And then have is there, tell us about the RFP. I'm a little bit worried that when Casper, I don't know, this is a big new office building, maybe one of the larger, it's only a couple of buildings larger than this in Casper. So I'm wondering, have you had any preliminary discussions? Do we know is there capacity up there in the private sector to take this on?
Chairman Perkins, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew regarding the RFP for the Thyra Thompson building.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're working on that RFP. As for specific discussions with any vendors, I don't believe we've had those, and I don't know if those have been had prior to my time coming on last year. But we are working on the RFP to make sure it will be in place with the vendor in time for us to move agencies in.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
So that's a tough position to be in, which we don't like to do. But I'm curious how you came up with a number. In other words, if you were going to hire staff under your current rates, which you're paying your current trades, electricians, janitors to do it, would this be the amount that you would be asking for if we brought it in-house, or how you came up with the number?
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chair Nicholas, the number was prior to Andrew, so I'll try to take that on. The prior GSD administrator worked on what we pay per square foot up at the Rockwell building and extrapolate that out for what we would pay for the square footage at the Casper office building. So that is how we came up with that number, not a number of how much it would be if we brought our own team up there. That's my understanding how that went in the supplemental. And I will defer to Rory to clarify anything that I may have gotten wrong.
Okay, thank you, Rory.
Mr. Chairman, one thing to clarify, this exception request that you see here, priority number 4, is actually in addition to the building manager. This is maintenance costs. And we talked about this in the supplemental request, that we would need money for maintenance costs. The building is under warranty for the first year, but even under warranty, there are still maintenance costs that are incurred that aren't covered by the warranty. And Andrew can get into more specifics, but the dollar amount in this request has to do with the maintenance of the building itself, which would be outside the scope of the building manager.
Roy, can you discuss the original question on how we came up with the original figure?
So you've got 127,000 square feet up there approximately. So how do we figure out how much that costs to clean?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'll let Andrew chime in on this as well, but Andrew's staff looked at comparable buildings in the Cheyenne Capitol Complex to try to come up with an estimate of the maintenance costs that we would need for a building of that size. And so of course it's an estimate, you know, projection on best information available, but I'll let Andrew chime in as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is, we worked with our trades folks on this particular number to try and find out what is our estimate based on parts inspections that have to happen. Even when you're under warranty, there's certain regular inspections and filter changes and things like that that aren't warranty related, but are just pieces the building needs. As far as the building manager amount that we put into the supplemental budget, that did happen before my time, but my understanding is we looked at what we were spending on the Rockwell building and kind of calculated, okay, this is a much bigger building. So based on that rate over the square footage for this building, that was, I believe, largely what we went off of for that number in that request.
So, and I'm going to ask a stupid question because I'm a little bit just, I think I get it now, but this number is this the custodial and others and the general services regarding cleaning and just and those type, was that included in the general manager's budget? And then this is basically additional maintenance. And I wouldn't say, not going to call it major maintenance, but it's major maintenance over and above the cleaning, or is you bind these together? Help us understand how this number came from and how much money do we have in here now, in the budget now with respect to taking care of and cleaning and maintaining the Casper office building.
Mr. Chair, I'll defer to Rory. She may be able to come up to know more of the numbers as far as what we have for the building manager side. But as far as kind of explaining my understanding of how we're approaching this is the funding for the building manager is building operations. The building manager will be in charge of the custodial, grounds, keeping, kind of the folks running the building. This appropriation that we're requesting, this exception, I guess I would think of it as the stuff. These are the items that we're going to need to replace things like filters, to have money on hand to replace the occasional things that breaks that are not warranty covered, as well as to pay for when we need inspections or servicing of equipment that really isn't just regular things, making sure fire extinguishers are checked up, making sure pumps are checked and things like that that are not covered by the warranty, but are sort of the stuff within the building that needs to be paid for as things get wear and tear or need to be inspected.
Okay, thank you. Did you figure out your question, Mr. Co-Chair?
Well, now I'm a little bit more confused. So is this going to be an ongoing request or a one-time request?
Mr. Chair, I believe this is going to be an ongoing request. As we get into the use of the building, we're going to be better able to know exactly how much the actual costs are. So my suspicion is we will be able to tailor when we do have to come back for the next time to be able to know a little better about where are our actual expenses for the building. It's new and we're going to learn a lot once we get in there.
So it would seem to me, Mr. Co-Chair, that a brand new building should be considerably cheaper or less expensive and less needs of inspections and all that kind of stuff as compared to like to the Rothwell. And I didn't realize this is in addition to the janitorial services and the outside funding that we've already provided to it. So it's just it's an arbitrary number, obviously, that you're just throwing out there to see what those costs are. But I guess that
If you, I think what would be helpful is if you can just give us give us the infamous one pager on the total costs of both the building manager and these maintenance costs. And just give us an idea so we know what the total amount is, and then kind of some of the assumptions that you're doing, and we just want to know how it's calculated, how much money we have in there, and just so we can take a look at that, and understand it.
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chairman Nicholas, we will do that. And if you need that on a callback, we can add that to the list too.
Okay, I don't know if we'll need a callback. If you just give it to us, it'll help us understand that.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
Mr. Co-Chair, you know, obviously these entities that are going to go in there are they're either renting space or in the other state building and that's there. And those costs and expenses theoretically will transfer over to this building. And so there ought to be some funds available.
Yeah,
That's,
so that's a really good point, Mr. Co-Chair. What, if you can, why don't you let us know the, at least the equivalent of the biennial cost of what rents and other expenses we're not going to be paying in the various places that are where the state's occupying now in and around Casper, that are going to be moving into the Thyra Thompson building. Okay?
Will do.
Yes,
May I, Mr. Chairman?
of course you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following along on that, two questions. One, will this, in the future, this will not be delineated out as its own line item. This will just be part of the GSD square footage that needs maintenance and custodial service, not a specific unit in trades management or exception request for just the Thyra Thompson building. Is my first question. I'll get that answer and then ask the next.
Chairman Perkins, absolutely. That'll merge into the regular general services budget. It is difficult to try to figure out what we're going to need for the Casper office building. It is a very large building. So I think all the comments here are accurate, and it's something that we should probably be able to at least delineate what we were thinking with the request. So we will do that. But yes, you're correct. It would go into the general services budget.
So, Mr. Chairman, follow up on that. So in the budget we're looking at today, not necessarily this item, but in the budget, your entire budget, or general services budget we're looking at today, the square footage for this building is not included in the dollar amount for that general services. That this is, because this is coming on new, this square footage is not included in that. Is that correct?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Walters, that is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Walter.
Mr. Chairman,
Kevin, go ahead.
then the final exercise would be, just like all the other buildings in Cheyenne and the state-owned property, will be to delineate it by square foot, who's occupying it, and what revenue source, federal, special, general. But remember, we always just give the front-end general fund to these buildings. And then what we do is we capture that through the statewide cost allocation, and that goes directly into the general fund to supplant it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this one?
Mr. Chairman, following up.
Go
Kevin's
ahead,
question.
Representative Walter.
So Kevin, following up that question, would you have any estimate on what might be recouped through that cost allocation?
I
In
do
this-
not, but if I knew who was going in there and what square foot they had, I could get you a really good number. And we're doing that now through this whole trying to fully leverage our state space versus lease space. We're going through that whole exercise. And even right now on the statewide cost allocation, if you go out there, that's the one that's published currently, you can hover over a building and you can see who's in it. You can see the cost of the building and the square foot that each agency occupies. We'll have that accomplished when we're finished with this lift.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this was a question I didn't ask before, but on page, when we talk about the Rockwell building maintenance, why is that separated out then from all the other buildings?
Good.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Schwartz, I'm not sure why it was, but it is now included in the general. That's what we're trying to do. I was thinking we were doing it next year, but it's already been done. So we don't know why it was, or I don't know why. Somebody else in the room might know why, but we have now that is incorporated.
Yes,
I think, Mr. Co-Chair, that that was a directive of the JAC.
I think so.
Because we wanted to monitor the costs and understand.
But just to be sure, I know you're already doing this because we've looked at these numbers before, but you're monitoring these costs on each of these buildings we have. So we can look at these things. I mean, one of the things we want to make, one of the things that I think we're interested in looking at is we made certain assumptions when this committee recommended and the legislature undertook the construction of the Casper office building. And there were a number of calculations that went into that. And ultimately it was, my recollection was about a 12 to 13 year payback that we could recoup the cost of construction of the building by moving, by vacating leases and moving people into there. Plus there's having to rehab the employment commission building down there and those costs. And so those all went in. So ultimately, we need to come back from time to time and just like you do and check our assumptions and see how our initial estimates and how those things worked out. And so when we make these decisions again in the future, we know where we've gone awry and if we've been correct between you and us. And
Chairman,
so,
absolutely, we'll take care of that.
all right, thank you.
I'm going to skip page 73 if they're,
Because we've done it.
because we're done with that.
Okay.
This again is General Services Unit 3055. And this is essentially GSD budget for general maintenance has not had an increase for many, many years. I'm sorry, it's page 74. We are asking for a modest $53,000 for an increase for general services, trades, management budget. And that's simply an inflation request. We are running very, very close to our budget right now, and we are only in now December. So we've looked at this over the years. There's been a lot of cuts, but there's also been added square footage that we take care of, and this is a modest request that we have for an increase in funding.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
This again is on this is Thyra Thompson as well. 79. And I'm going to turn this one over to Rory as well. This has to do with the utilities for the Casper office building.
Mr. Chairman, there is no exception request in this unit, but as we talked about with the trades budget, there was a supplemental request for the new Casper office building for the utilities costs. And we have 17 months worth of that in the new standard budget, but the number wasn't fully biennialized. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
So the utilities request has just been reflected it's already folded into the request in the standard budget. Is that what you just told us?
17 months of it is.
17
It's not
months.
the full biennial number.
Chairman Perkins, I think we need to work with the budget department to understand the difference on why some months were left off on the biennialization. And we just wanted to make sure the JC was aware of that.
Okay,
I also wanted to make a quick note here that we did not request an increase in any of our utility budgets this session. However, with rates increasing, we may see that in the supplemental. I hope not, but depending on where utility costs go.
go ahead, Senator Drew.
Thank you. I guess Director, I just want to understand that. I mean, at least at my house, costs are going up. And so is the number that you've got in your budget anticipate some raise, or is there some, just fluff in that budget there that absorb? I didn't mean fluff's not the right word. Is there just a little bit of a extra amount in there that covers some increase because it's going to? I mean, I don't think it's going down.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Grew, there, and I hate that word fluff as well,
know.
or slush or whatever. But there is always moving around within general services funding. So I think we're okay for this year. I'm a little concerned depending on what the utilities do next year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the schools all had this, anticipating utility increases. I think everyone's anticipating utility increases, so we need to keep an eye on that. And so, all right, continue. More questions? Thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Yes. Yeah, Director, I just have a question. I think you've probably already said this, but this represents taking the money that was for human resources from other agencies and pulling it into A&I, right? Purpose of all that is to achieve some efficiencies over time, right? Does this particular budget achieve any efficiencies, or is the same amount of, is 100% of the money that's already allocated to the other agencies just being transferred over to A&I?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Stiff, right now we're in the process of getting the monies transferred over and evaluating what we have. We are not sure at this point how much extra we're going to have. I believe there probably will be, but we are in that process right now. So anything that the agencies identified as HR related, that is what came over. So I want to make clear that we're in the process now of looking at what we have and trying to figure out what we need. So hopefully that answers your question.
And I think you told us earlier that you anticipated that you would yield up or give up, come back with us positions in the supplemental budget. You'll have that figured out, and we should see and be able to track or know what monetary efficiency there was with respect to that.
Chairman Perkins, that is true. I do anticipate and have asked the Human Resource Division to make sure in the interim with JAC that we update you on how many positions, what that monetary number looks like before we're, jumping into the supplemental budget. So hopefully you will have that information well in advance of the supplemental budget.
Along with Senator Schwartz's other metrics, or Representative Schwartz's other metrics. Thank you.
Correct.
So, Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Co-Chair.
think this is probably a good place to do another one pager. Because what we need to know is, what we'd like to know and track is the dollars that you received, what the cost of implementation is to you over and above the dollars that you received from the swap. And how, in order to effectuate it, and then what savings or benefits there are as a result of the consolidation. So just kind of break it down into points, monetary and services, kind of before and after, and any cost of the actual transition over and above what of the dollars that are transferred.
Go ahead.
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chairman Nicholas, I want to make sure the one pager, and I agree with that, but that
Yeah,
would
probably now it's 2 or 3 pager, but yeah.
probably, and I would say that it's probably more April that we would be able to really give you that in a way that we believe that's what we see as the savings. I would hate to do that this week and try to figure that out. And I know that number wouldn't be accurate. So as long as we look at the spring as being something where we're going to be able to have everything set up to where we can say, okay, this is what it looks like. And this is where we're saving.
Well, we'll be here the next two, so you don't have to be this.
Thank you.
April 15th.
Yeah, just. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So, Director, I guess I'd ask for a little guidance and I think we all realize that this is a big shift and a big lift for all the agencies in getting this done. But if we would have an agency come to us and suggest that now the burden of HR, some of the burden of HR that they had in place within their agency is now having to be shifted to other people inside their agency because it's not being done via HR. What direction should we give them?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Larson, that's a good question. The short answer is that agencies are not, and I don't want to say permitted, but they can't do HR without an HR professional. Those HR professionals are, whether they're in their agency, sitting next to the director or not, has to come through A&I HRD. I think that it's the same concept as the ETS, and I hesitate to say that as well. However, we left the positions in the agencies. I think you'll always have a couple agencies that feel like they need to have that control over that position. There should be no employee in any agency that is not with A&I that is doing HR work. I will give you an example we have some liaisons in the agencies, for example, in YDOT, Taylor Rossetti is a liaison. So he's gonna still kind of have his pulse on what's going on with HR and that works well. So the big agencies have that. The smaller agencies, there shouldn't be any reason why anybody in that agency is doing HR and they should not be.
Go ahead, Representative Bolton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you said something there that I may have misunderstood previously. You said, unlike ETS, these folks are staying where they were. So for example, if they were sitting in the office down the hall yesterday, they're still sitting in the office down the hall today. They're just taking their orders from A&I versus the director of that agency. Is that a correct description?
Chairman Perkins, almost correct. They take orders from A&I and from the director. So the directors are still involved. If the director needs HR help, the director doesn't have to come to HRD and say, hey, please, can I have somebody? That working relationship should be very similar to what it was before. So if I, as a director, go to my HR person and say, my hair on fire and things going on, she takes care of it, just like she did 2 years ago or a year ago. Some of the agencies, for example, a lot of the boards, when we took their positions or did not, more importantly, we didn't take a position. They had somebody who was doing 20% HR. They didn't do a lot of it. They were mostly doing fiscal and somebody said, hey, you need to do the HR too. We took all the duties and left the fiscal person there. So they may not have that HR person sitting next to the executive director now, but they also now have a fiscal person that can do 100% fiscal work and doesn't have to worry. There always is going to have to be somebody that has a little bit of a liaison if they don't have them in the agency, but the vast majority of the positions are in the agencies, in the buildings, and a lot has not changed unless there was a request. We've had a couple of requests from both sides. Directors want a different HR person and now they can ask for that. They were not able to do that in the past. Or the person who works there wants to go and learn how to do investigations, and then we work with the director and the staff to try to transition somebody else into that position.
Okay. All right, continue. So distance learning, nothing changed there. So now I guess we're now in EGI.
Here we go. And EGI has the standard spending authority requests that they have every biennium. And I will start with, I believe, 107. And this is an increase in spending authority for employees that choose life insurance. So I'll do an example of my ignorance. So when I was looking at this, I'm like, the employee pays all this. Why are we doing an exception request for spending authority? Well, I wasn't thinking that we do the contract. So we do the contract and then it gets reimbursed. So that's what this is for. We have made an offer for state employees to be able to buy additional life insurance. The state pays nothing for that. It's a fully employee benefit. So the employee pays the whole premium. It's a pass-through essentially. Okay. Move on to priority 15. I think it's on page 111. Very similar. It's the increase in spending authority to fund health insurance claims. Similar to what we do every biennium for the spending authority for EGI.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
I'm just curious if efforts are being made to reach out to cities, counties, school districts to get them to join our plan.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Schwartz. We've had multiple contacts. I would say we don't reach out to get them onto the plan. So, but we've had multiple entities call. As you know, Casper, the city of Casper is on the EGI plan. In fact, City Manager Carter Napier is part of the advisory panel. We also have Natrona County School District. So we don't go out and solicit, but we certainly take those calls and talk to them about it when they're interested.
Thank you. Any other questions? Continue.
I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything.
So just a quick question for you on the, well, no, keep going, keep going.
Okay, that was EGI. We're heading to economic analysis. Page 126. This is priority number 5 in our exceptions. This is the REMI model. This was, again, on the one-time funding that was done the previous biennium, and we need to come back and ask for it to be a continuing budget item for the REMI model. It's not a user rate. The agreement that economic analysis has with UW pays a secondary user on the condition that we, economic analysis, continue to subsidize the model as a primary user. Otherwise, UW costs would increase approximately $100,000. The local governments don't pay, but they use it. So it's pretty important to keep that going.
Go ahead.
So I do have a question just for this division. Because you took one position, basically, the funds out of a vacant position and use that for your reclassification and the dollars. My question is do we need to refill that position or is the plan not to refill that position?
Chairman Perkins, the plan at the time is not to refill the position. In the way I look at it, when I look at the agencies, which some administrators might not agree, if we do that and defund a position, we don't anticipate coming in and asking for more money to fill it again. That is not what, I don't think the budget department would be in favor of doing that. I don't think that's the intent. The intent is we are going to figure out how to fix some areas because we don't have the funding to fix this one area. And then I go and beg the administrator to see what they can do without a position. And we've done that in a couple different positions.
And so you're comfortable and that they can perform the duties that they're directed to do via statute and their job functions with one less person.
I am comfortable that I'm sorry, Chairman Perkins, Co-Chair Nicholas, I am comfortable that Dr. Liu can do his job with what he has. I'm not going to say that it's as easy it was without another person, but that's where we are right now.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, continue.
Priority number 6 is also under economic analysis. That's on page 127. This was also one-time funding for the WCOLA COLA index for the housing cost of living index, sorry. And we, it's a modest figure again of $5,400. Jeez. So that we would like to continue to have ongoing funding.
All right, thank you. Continue.
And finally, we are at the library. The library doesn't have any exception requests. And that is the last of the A&I budget.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Bach? Any other questions? Thank you. Any closing remarks or any closing comments or concerns or wrap up?
Chairman Perkins, I would love it if I could take 5 minutes. And it's specifically on your handout 13.
Okay.
I want to make sure you know how to use it for all the other agencies that are coming up. We spent quite a bit of time on preparing this, and I want to make sure that you can find what you need when you need it.
Great.
I think it's number 13, but I'll do it very quickly. The first section includes definitions, survey results, turnover, benefit, and
Just interrupted. We're looking at the state of Wyoming compensation
Yes.
tax, right?
I'm sorry.
That's the one,
and I
which
believe
was
it is.
handout 13.
Yes, and I
Yep.
believe it is on the website as well.
Yep.
So the first section includes, basic information, but I would point you to the comp methodology. If you have time to quickly read that to understand how that works. And I want to talk a little bit about why the sideboards are already in here. And I want to get to Representative Nicholas, Co-Chair Nicholas's concern about the 2% versus the 7% and why that's a very important question. If you look at page 18, I think that this will be somewhat helpful with the comp methodology. And I'm not going to go through it all, but I want to make sure that you understand this is where what you're going to find, how step 1 and step 2 work. So if you have a chance to look at that, it would be helpful. There's some examples on how that works. These are the sideboards. So if you have, and I'm going to be very quick, if you have an employee who is falls off the table when you move the pay table minimum, when you move the pay table, somebody's making less than what our pay table says they can make. So the first step is to move, for example, somebody who is a BAS 03. They're making $16 an hour. The minimum of the 2020 table is 17. So they're going to get bumped to the 17 automatically, and that's built into that cost. So once they're on that pay table, that's their bump. And when we go to step 2, we look at their PMI scoring or their rating, how far they are away from the market, which is the minimum. If you see the MPP on page 18 in that chart, that's the that's the market rate for 2020. So we're already behind a year, but that's 2020 what the market is. If they have a meets expectation rating, you're looking somewhere between, 4 and a 4.5% increase, because they're way low on the minimum of the pay table. So the idea for this and what the governor took into account was that the further you are from minimum, the faster you should move. So that's why the percentage of an adjustment is higher. If you're sitting at MPP with a meets expectation rating, it should be lower, significantly lower. We should be moving the people further away from market faster. So those are the sideboards, and that's the difference between the percentages. And this chart is helpful in when you look at the 10th, 25th, 50th, some of you may be very good with that. I'm not. So I told them to put the minimum, MPP, and the max at the top to show that's where that's your pay range. That's where the 2020 table is. There's some examples there. Hopefully they will be remind you what we talked about today. If you look at the next page that's important is page 20. This is where the executive branch overview begins. This gives you some quick information about turnover, things like that, the compa ratio. So if you look at the page 21, these are the compa ratios that we always have to talk about. It's how far away they are from market, essentially is
So,
what that
Mr.
means.
Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Kutcher.
So I'm going to ask for another one pager.
Okay.
Because what you have to think about is this committee and individual members of this committee are going to have to go to the floor
Right.
and explain why we're given a pay raise. And in order to do that, first of all, we need history of when the last pay raises were. And how much they were they 1%, 2%, or some of the pay raises that were given in the past were one-time pay raises, kind of like a bonus versus a pay increase. So we need to have that type of data at our fingertips so we can answer those questions that are going to come up. Then we're going to need, like for this, when I go in the definitions and I see what the definition of the compa ratio and the market rates, a simple explanation of how those were generated. I mean, you've got some stuff in here that talks about 42 states have done this or 36 do this and we don't. We need to understand what we're comparing to. In other words, are we comparing it to Nebraska and South Dakota, or are we comparing it to New York and California and Seattle in terms of those pay rates? And really the surrounding states I think are more important to us than those states that are different. We also have to need an understanding of how you're valuing our health insurance and our retirement and how that corresponds with other retirement plans and other health insurance plans. We know that because we're a small state, we have smaller people, and so we don't have the economies of scale that other folks have. And frankly, medical expenses are more expensive here. But what we don't see is how our cost of living adjustments, because it is less expensive to live here, how that correlates to our states around us and the ones that we think are the most reasonable to compare to. So we can tell a story that makes sense, that, kind of a fifth grade level kind of a concept, that we're comfortable with explaining so that when we go in to support this, we can do it easily and just have the right components and key understandings of the process. And I just have started to go through this, and I'll come meet with you individually on it because you're my agency. So I'll do most of that explaining, but I think we all need to have a good understanding and a comprehension of it, that we're comfortable supporting what you're asking for.
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chair Nicholas, absolutely. Your description is exactly what we've been talking about within our group of directors. Almost verbatim, that it's one thing to brief the JAC, who deals with this on a regular basis. That's even hard. But they have the harder job of going on the floor and explaining this, and that is not an easy job. So we will get a one-pager for you on that. I will point you to page 15 on our comparator states. We do not compare with, we compare with the surrounding states. Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Oregon, Washington, and Utah. And
Yeah, and I would suggest that we don't look at Oregon or Utah or Washington, because we know that they're considerably, they're in a different class of than we are. And so I would want to know if the numbers change, if you take those out.
great. I will make sure that you have a one pager so that it makes it easier. The last thing we want to do is have it confusing, and once, it's not an easy topic. So I want to make sure that you have the tools you need to take it to the floor, and we've talked about that
Great.
internally.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Oops.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, Representative Oz, welcome. We're glad to hear from you, Evan.
thank you. Appreciate it. I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Director, on that fact sheet, part of the information that I need to help present it on the floor is a discussion about, it's one thing to compare salaries to salaries, private versus government, but the government, the state of Wyoming, has a significantly better benefit package and retirement package combined. Can you help us in that fact sheet rectify that? We don't want to match a dollar for dollar and yet ignore the benefit side, and help us understand how that folds all in so that we can discuss it on the floor. Thank you.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Simpson, I will get you that. The comparator we have here are to the majority of them, and I'll make sure it's on the sheet, are states. So it has very comparable benefits. We're not, there are some private sector, and we'll delineate that out and how that looks.
And when we look at the MPP itself, when we look at the MPP, is that the benefit package hourly rate, or is that the wage hourly rate?
Chairman, that is the wage. That's
Okay.
not a benefit package.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Oops, sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Good, Representative.
Director Bach, so the recommendations on page 18 of this report, if implemented, and well, if the legislature approves the governor's recommendation of about 53 million, does that fund about half of the ask on this table, or does it fund all of it, or what percentage? How far do we get?
Chairman Perkins, Representative Stiff, I will go to page 28, and it funds the ask, the full ask of this. Page 28 gives you a breakdown, the bottom, annual impact of proposed compensation adjustment. Whoops, am I on 28? Yep, I'm on 30. Here we go. It puts it out in funding sources. So the first step which is just move the pay tables, is 5.3 million. 2.8 of that is in general fund. And then the second step, which is the move to the matrix that we just spoke about, that is 27.2 million total, or 11.8 general funds. And that's
those-
annual.
Is that, yeah, so that's an
That's
annual.
annual. And unfortunately, all comp is done annually. So I have to write down and biennialize it, which I did. 5.6 million for step one for general fund, and 23.7 in biennialized in the step two.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead.
So if I'm reading on page 28, it looks like it's 5.3 million to move step one, to get to the minimum, and then 27.3 million basically to move everything. So that's annualized. So you add those two together to get 32 and change. And then so they double that for a biennium of 64.
Well,
I
on the
think you just
general
double the
fund,
matrix.
you would be using the general fund numbers. So it would be the 2.8 and the 11.8.
Out of the general fund.
Yes,
And then multiply that by 2. That's the hit to the general fund. But then we look at all other fund sources. Then you go back to what the representative said first time, which is take the total, add those together, but that's from all sources.
Chairman Perkins, Representative Stiff, exactly I believe in the profile, which is where the 53 million is, and Kevin will correct me if I'm wrong. That is just the general fund portion, and that also includes UW, community colleges, tourism, business council, and the one UW does accounting for. Energy, thank you, enhanced oil.
Work.
Yes.
Has oil recovery.
Yes. So when we did this with the governor and the directors, we also included those other entities so that it is similar across the board. So that UW is not giving bigger raises than the state employees are getting. So I believe that's the number. So there's a, on page 28, starting on page 29 is agency-specific information that you can use during the budget hearings for the agencies. And that's basically the book. So if you look on page, I think the governor's office starts on 29, and then it goes through with a couple more reports on the back.
So when I was looking at this last night, I can't remember what page it was on, but could you just clarify how much of the 53 million is merit versus just going in and raising the tables, bringing us up to 2017 mean?
Chairman Perkins, the first step is the move to the pay table. The 11 million for the general fund per year is the adjustments in pay for the merit matrix.
So, and for some reason I heard it was like 3/4 adjustment and then 25% for merit, but it's actually the opposite. The majority of it is based upon a merit system.
Yes,
After you bring.
I'm sorry, Chairman, Co-Chair Nicholas. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and just to, so for example, if we go to, on page 28, we look at the governor's office, we want to know the effect of that individual office. To go through this again, to hit to the general fund is, you would take the step one out of the general column, the first column, take the general and step two, add those two together and then multiply by 2. And that's the effect of the general fund for the governor's office.
Chairman Park, that's absolutely correct.
And then we do it. And so then the other thing we talk about, when you've looked at that and you go to the tables that we were talking about in the example, on page 18, the merit part is over here on the far left column where you have superior, starting at superior is 3.8 to 4, and then satisfactory 0 to 0.4. That is, those are based off the annual performances in the states existing that are done, and that's the input through the state's existing human resource software. Is that correct?
That is, Chairman, that is correct. And there will be discussion and the governor will decide if he averages the last 3 years PMIs or if he uses last year's. So that hasn't been decided yet, and we haven't gotten I haven't technically sat down with him and asked him what he wants to do, but that would be something that we would recommend is maybe averaging the last 2 or the last 3 PMIs.
Because you've been doing these PMIs, these evaluations every year, and so it's been a number of years since we've done it. So we've had these raises, so you're trying to, you're going to come back with at least your recommendation to us.
Correct.
Okay.
My recollection, Tricia, was that in the AG's office, they were several times, and I was part of it when it was happened, they had a merit system where the AG had up to, I think, $10,000 per attorney based upon merit. That they, in other words, if their base salary was 76,000, they could pay up to 86 for a high-performing attorney. So do they still do anything like that?
Chairman Perkins, Co-Chair Nicholas, I do not believe so. In fact, the attorney pay is probably, it is a very difficult area. It's extremely low and their comp ratio is low. It's budgeted at what it's budgeted at. So for example, if it's budgeted at what the incumbent is right now, and the incumbent is a second year out of law school, it's probably a 1 and it's low. There's not a lot of room that AG Hill has to fix that. And she has the added problem of not having enough attorneys, so she can't really say, well, I'm going to defund one and fix another. So I think you'll be hearing a lot from AG Hill on the attorney, and you might ask her that question because I don't remember that being the case. I was in the AG's office from 2008 to 14. And I don't remember that being an issue. We had a lot of COLA increases the first couple of years I was there, but then they ended as well. So the last time we did a merit matrix was 2014, 2015. And I will tell you that the turnover, and we did similar to this. The problem is it's not funded. The Hay methodology, the classification is good, and the process and the methodology is good, but it's not funded. Because if you have a meets expectation, you should be somewhere around market MPP. If you have something lower, you should be lower. If you have a commendable, maybe add MPP or a little higher. We've never funded it to be able to do that. This does not do that. I want to make sure that's clear. This is the first step to try to fix years of trying to get back to where we should be, so that we're coming back and asking the JC for maybe 2%, so that it's a $2 million ask to make some adjustments here and there. But we are still, even after this, a good bit away. So we'll be talking about compensation again to try to shore up so that you, as the committee, are able to say the 100 series isn't going to grow. If we know it's going to grow, it's going to be 2% based on an increase for state employees. Ideally, that's where the budgeting and MPP comes, but that's just not a feasible option right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Senator Kinsky.
So Director Bach, your one-page memo is going to have to use very small print, or you might have to do an additional memo. So the things that I would ask you to come back with are, first, this table on page 18 that has the various overall performance scores. I'd like data on what percentage of the employees are superior, commendable, meets, and growth necessary.
Do that.
I found at the city of Sheridan, they sort of had a merit system, and everybody was an extraordinary performer almost, because that's how the supervisor could give the maximum raise. So so the second ask is, under merit systems, you get rating inflation. So I want to know how your system is going to protect against that. I'd like to have more detail on the private employers that were surveyed. Ideally, it would be a list of the employers and how those were selected. I don't know whether they're Wyoming firms. I don't know whether the best payers in the state, whether it's a random sampling of employers. I'd like some more information on that. And then finally, I'd like to get your take in the memo on what you're doing to monitor the evolving workforce of the 21st century in the post-COVID world. It's changed substantially, and I'd commend to your reading an article in the Wall Street Journal, October 15th. America's workers are leaving jobs in record numbers. And yes, pay is part of it, but the COVID, they say the pandemic has been going on for so long, it's affecting people mentally, physically. They're continuing to be reflective of their life and their career and their jobs. With over 10 million openings nationwide, if somebody wants to go do something different, it's not terribly hard to do. Reasons include, besides pay, going back to school, leaving to take care of a family member, taking a break. So the quit rate between April and August was 60% higher than the prior year when people were hanging onto their jobs out of fear of COVID. But even comparing the quit rate to summer and spring of 2019, when the job market was the hottest it had been in 50 years, it was 12%, the highest quit rate registered. So you can implement a pay raise, but it may help staunch the exodus, but you're going to have to do something more, I think, unless you know something I don't. And so I'm curious what you're going to do, what your thinking is on how you're going to adapt Wyoming's workforce for the 21st century workforce.
Chairman Perkins, Senator Kinski, it's an excellent question. And I think you will be happy to see that the majority of the agencies are ready to talk about what they're doing outside of compensation. I think, there's significant telework going on, maybe not as significant as I wish. For example, my staff, Rory's entire team is permanently teleworking. We moved into a smaller building. So we had to telework, and the entire staff is teleworking. With that comes some problems too, because then you have to learn how to manage people who are teleworking. And I think that is where we are trying to focus some of our work. But we also have some really good out of the box thinking from some of the directors. And I think you'll hear some of that in the next couple weeks. So I will get everything that you have on here, and I would like to hear the name of that article again, if you have it.
It's October 15th, Wall Street Journal, America's workers are leaving jobs in record numbers.
Yep.
Actually, if you just search on wallstreetjournal.com, people leaving jobs, you'll come up with a host of articles about the
Right.
phenomenon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Is that it? We're good?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. A lot of complicated issues, and thank you for this. You may get some phone calls about this. I was just trying to work through a couple things, and I already got stuck. So
Yeah.
appreciate it.
And we will do, and I think it is a good idea to have a specific sheet for the committee, because we have talked at length about how hard your job is going to be.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we'll come back to order. We will, I guess the next one on for the boards and boards, commissions, independent supported. So is Joanne? Are we talking about that or, no, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong place. No, I'm right. Yeah, boards and commissions. Thank you. I have bad notes on my schedule. There you are. Thank you. I said that and then I got this shocked look from Director Bach and then I was like, oh man, did I screw that up? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joanne Reed, the Executive Director for the Professional Licensing Boards with ANI. You had mentioned yesterday that you weren't sure if you were interested in our exception requests. Out of the 20 boards in the ANI PLB agency, there's only 4 boards that have an exception request, and I'd be happy to go over those with you, or if you have questions on any of the other boards.
Well, sure. What we'd like to do is we'd like to go ahead and take us through if there's some information you'd like to share with us on any of the specific boards that we're just looking at their standard budget, that's fine. If there's not anything, if you want to present us with some information about particular hardships or other things that people are facing, we're happy to hear that. Otherwise, if it's something more, or I think there's something in those standard budgets that you want to visit about a little bit further, we'd like to hear about that. If there's not, then we're happy to go just to the exception request.
Yeah, there is really honestly nothing outside of administrative requests on these, what are they called? Exception requests, excuse me.
Okay.
Just an increase in administrative expenses. The only one that's a little bit unusual is the nursing home administrators, 079. That's actually an exception request decrease. And that's just to bring that board more in line with their historical revenue received. We're not quite sure.
And which board did you say? I'm sorry.
079 nursing home administrators.
079. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, for those of you using the electronic version of 006A, it appears on page 204.
Go ahead.
You're going clear probably back to towards the back.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, for those of you electronically, page 204 of book 006A.
For those of you who aren't, it's about that far back. Okay, go ahead. I think you're on exception. They accept that's the number one priority request there. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. As I was saying, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is just a little bit of an unusual exception request, as it's a negative exception request, but as you can see in the explanation, it is just to bring this board in line with their anticipated revenue. Other than that, the other the other 3 exception requests that we have from the 20 boards, those are just anticipated increases in administrative services.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions about that one in particular? Members, are there any questions at all with respect to the dependent boards? So the one question I have, just if you know, and that is, these independent boards, obviously they collect dues from their members, and that pays these costs. And we certainly every board ought to have, a certain amount of reserves, and and that should be left to their discretion. How are we on the amounts that are accumulating within the various boards' accounts? Obviously, the idea is that they charge their members enough to cover their fees, plus to have these reasonable expenses. But at some point, I mean, do we have? Is there any monitoring going on there? Where are we as far as and I don't want to say excessive, I just say, are we getting to the point on any particular accounts that we're having nearing excessive that there's the amounts that are in the accounts compared to the amount of operational costs that it takes for them to operate, it just starts to seem a little bit out of whack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see that in our office. The boards that are carrying their cash balances are, and the reasons for their level of cash balances are acceptable in light of possible contested case hearings, any unanticipated expenses. As Director Bach had mentioned, our office is currently looking into an online credentialing system it's going to cost a lot from what I'm seeing. So expenses like that and the current cash balances that these boards are holding, I think those are pretty much in line with the services that they're going to need to provide.
Okay. Thank you. Well, just one of those, obviously it's concerning, we just, they should go and be taking their licensees sufficient to do that. But you recognize that you have to make upgrades. You gotta provide for contingencies. And so, we just want to help people with that. Don, did you have something?
Mr. Chairman, just to add some color to that line of questioning, your point is illustrated in the Board of Dental Examiners, for example. They have about 5 years of account balance for their expenditures. That's among the highest, meaning they can stop charging fees and they would have essentially sufficient funds to run with no fees for 5 years.
Okay.
Their cash balance is on the order of $950,000. They're spending about $350,000 per biennium.
Okay. And all right, we'll think about that. We'll think about that. I mean, there may be reasons for that, but at some point that's exactly goes to the point that I'm worried about. Are boards charging their members more for licenses than they need, or can they do something? Are there particular reasons for that? And if there are, there are. If there's not, then they ought to take a look at that. So.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could please, the dental board is probably the most likely board in our office to go to a very highly expensive contested case hearing with their cases. They have a very high complaint load. Contested case hearings. Historically, we have not had one probably in the last 2 years or so, but it still cost upwards of $32,000, I believe. So I think the dental board does recognize that their cash reserves is very high, but they also are constantly monitoring their fees.
Well, and what I think would be helpful is if maybe the board would just send us a quick memo on, what their plans are. If there's reasons for it to be that high, that's fine. Just want to
Certainly.
know about. Just want to know that. Just trying to look out for. I do have constituents that are dentists that pay fees, so none of them complain to me.
Certainly.
But maybe they should, and they can have a contested case hearing on that. But anyway. Not kidding. So anyway, thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Why don't we a little bit? Why don't we go ahead and jump into ETS and I think that's next on our. No, excuse me, boards and commissions. No, are we on ETS now?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Ms. Reed walked you through the supported boards, of which there were 4 with exception requests. And
I'm sorry, I missed the independent boards. Thank you. So let's go ahead and just do the.
And just to assist perhaps in the a number of, just like the supported boards, a number of the independent boards did not have any exception requests. The number of independent boards include the Real Estate Commission, which I believe is here, a PTSB, which I believe is here, Board of Cosmetology, Board of Pharmacy, and that's it, those 4.
Okay.
Estate Commission.
All right, let's go ahead and have the real estate folks come up. Welcome. We're glad to have you this morning. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rebecca Zish. I am the Executive Director of the Wyoming Real Estate Commission and Certified Appraiser Board. We do oversee two different boards. I took that position a year ago tomorrow, so I have only been here for half of the biennium, so I apologize for only having half of my biennium's knowledge with me. I have with me today also our Senior Fiscal Manager, Nick Barker. He has also been in that role for just over a year. And we also have with us our Chairwoman, Karen Valentine Pond. So as you can see, even just from two of the people sitting at the table today, we have a lot of new faces in our agency. So I'll give you a little background on the agency itself, and then kind of an update of where we're at before going through our exception requests and our budget. So we oversee the Real Estate Commission, the real estate licensees. There are approximately 4,300 licensees, which includes both individuals and companies. And we oversee the highly federally regulated appraisal industry and the appraisers, of which we have about 400 permittees and 100 appraiser management companies. We are tasked with also protecting consumers of real estate services. So along that veins, as well as licensing these 4,500 individuals, we also oversee the complaint process for both the real estate side and the appraiser side. And we receive about 40 to 60 complaints a year that we go through and process, investigate, and then determine the appropriate way to proceed. So that is a little bit of our background. As far as an agency update, we have 6 employees total in our agency to oversee this. We believe we run a very efficient ship with that. We have no crossover in positions. So we have only one person assigned to each position in our agency. This gives us a little bit of an issue when we have someone out or somebody sick, but in order to take care of that, we've done a lot of cross-training, and we do a lot of collaborative work among the positions. So while it might not be in their job description, we work as one heartbeat and one entity together. In order to protect our agency through that and through COVID, we have moved even beyond COVID to a permanent telework schedule that involves 3 days in the office and 2 days out of the office. And as relates to Senator Kinski's request for more information on how we have gone about doing more than just financial incentives, that is one of the biggest incentives that we have been able to offer as an agency, is to allow that telework. It gives you a little bit of a breathing room. And for people that have any health concerns, it really does help protect our agency. We had 2 COVID exposures during our time in the last year, and we were able to, even with only 6 people, to continue operating, and our licensees didn't miss a beat. So we think that that's been a very effective way to incentivize our state employees to stay with us and to kind of gain their loyalty through that. The other way that we have been able to incentivize employees is through non-monetary means. Is we do a lot of team building to get their buy-in and their loyalty. We do, for example, it's the Christmas season. We will be doing a gingerbread contest among the 5 of us, just different ways to get them engaged, to ensure that they have buy-in not only to our agency, but to the state itself. I'm sure you have heard before, and you will hear again, when we lose an employee, we're not just losing that salary. There are a lot of costs that come with recruiting new positions. And when each of our positions is unique and there's nobody filling it, it's very hard for our agency in particular to take a hit and to take any vacancies. So our goal really is to keep our employees there for as long as we possibly can. I will take this opportunity then to shift to, as Director Bach was discussing, the compensation fact sheet. Our fact sheet can be found on page 54 and page 55. Under step 1 for our agencies, as I'm sure you're aware, the exception requests that we will be going through relate to salaries. So if you take our current salaries that our employees are making, under step 1, we would all be within the bands of the minimum to maximum. So there would be no additional raises to any of our 6 employees under step 1 of the compensation package. The only time under step 2, there would be a $25,000 cost to our agency for the merit matrix. We are a self-funded agency. We have historically seen very good revenue. This year alone, we have had 500 new licensees in this calendar year alone, which is a quarter of the number of licensees that we have. So we foresee our revenue as maintaining a very strong trajectory. And as a self-funded agency, none of our salaries nor the move to the matrix would affect the general fund. So that money would all come from our licensees. So unless there are any questions, Mr. Chairman, I can walk us through the budget book.
Any questions at this point? Thank you very much. Keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we start on page 3, you will see our overall commission budget. And you can see the highlight there in column 4 of our exception request that is $107,000. And we will jump into each of those as we go. So if we can jump to page 10, we can address, excuse me, we can. The perfect time to get a frog in your throat. If we jump to page 10, this is our real estate commission administration. So as I said, we oversee 2 different sides. We oversee the real estate commission and the certified appraiser board. The real estate commission has its own budget and fund strings. The appraiser board does as well. And there's even another nuance under that, that is the appraisal management companies. So we have the real estate, the appraisers, and the appraisal management companies that have different funds that we pull from. So this is looking at our pool from the real estate administration. 4 of our 6 employees are paid out of that fund. So if we turn to page 13, that's where you will find our first exception request. So as I said, I am new as of the last year. So our first exception request is for the salary that I was brought on at. We were able to bring that on just above MPP under the HR policy. We did follow for all of these exception requests for the salaries. We did follow the protocol of making the request through HRD. We got their approval. Those were implemented. We got the gubernatorial approval by going through this exception request process. And so we're at that last step of our transparency to come before you all to ask that you also approve those. So that first priority is for the executive director. If you turn to page 14, that is for Nick's job, the senior accounting manager. That was also a new hire position. So we brought that position on at MPP. And then page 15 lays out our licensing coordinator position, which was also a new hire, and we brought that on at MPP. And I would take this moment to say that that position, actually, we're on number 3 for this biennium for that position. We've had turnover twice on that position. So we're hoping, and that's really kind of the key position that we need. They do the actual day-to-day of taking care of all of the licensees. So it's a very important position for our agency. And in the absence of having that position filled, myself, our fiscal manager, everyone had to do that kind of general licensing. So it's important to us to be able to get people in and get them to stay so that we can each be doing our job duties and not other people's necessarily. Turning to page 16, that is the last exception request under the real estate administration budget. And that is for our senior investigator. He is the same classification level as the senior fiscal manager. And so as part of the equity, we brought him up to MPP. What's notable about our particular senior investigator is he's been with our agency for 13 years. So considering that 2/3 of our agency is new this year, it would have been a catastrophic loss for us to lose all of that institutional knowledge in that same year. And I believe he's had no pay raises in that time except for the general table raises that have gone up. So I think that that does show a degree of loyalty, but we did believe that bringing everyone up to that same level was a matter of equity. So if we skip to page 19, that lays out all of the exception requests amalgamated in one place so that you can see what the salary was versus and the benefit portion of that. And again, these were run through the governor's office and he did recommend approval, and these were all vetted through HR. If we move on to page 20, that is our real estate recovery fund. That is the standard.
Just back up for just a second, because now we've gone through all the exception requests with respect to hires now, correct?
No, no,
one
Mr.
more?
Chairman, there are two more at the back end of them, but
Okay,
we
keep
can
going.
speak in generalities if that's
No, keep going. Well,
Okay.
we'll ask the question at the end.
perfect.
Thank you.
It takes till the very end of it to get through all of them. So page 20 is the real estate recovery fund. That is the standard with no exceptions and has gubernatorial approval. If we skip to page 24, that is the real estate education fund, also standard budget with no exceptions and gubernatorial approval. Moving to page 30, that is the appraiser administration fund. And our exception request for that is found on page 33. That is likewise for a licensing coordinator for the appraiser side. And that was also a new hire in this biennium. And again, we ran through the process of having HRD approval and then brought it before the governor through the exception request and now before you. So if we turn to page 36, that will give you the breakdown of what the salary versus the benefit for that exception request is. The last budget funding is found on page 42. That is the appraisal management company. And our exception request for that is found on page 45. And that is for our final position, which was our paralegal position. As everyone else was brought up to MPP, that was on their new hires, then we brought that up as a matter of equity to MPP as well. And that position, that's one of the only two positions that has remained. Our current paralegal has 7 years with the agency. So again, some institutional knowledge that was valuable to us to make sure that we could retain, especially through the tumultuous biennium that we've had as far as personnel is concerned. So that's the last exception request. Page 48 will show you the breakdown of the salary versus the benefits. And we can get to the questions that you have, Chairman Perkins.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question? So I'm just trying to, I'm trying to match what I'm seeing in the budget summary table with the exception requests and what's in the booklet that we had. So if I go to page 55, which is the real estate commission, and I'm looking there and in our discussion with Director Bach, we had step one was to move to the new minimum, and then step two was to then move it from the cost benefits to move into the matrix. And so what we've got there is we've got, and here's my question. So we've got there is you've got a $25,198 request to move it into the matrix, and times that times two, you'd be a little over $50,000 for that. And so, but when I look at the department summary, or even if I look at the real estate commission summary, that it's significantly in excess of that. So I'm just trying to understand how, so I'm just trying to, this is the first one out of the chute. So I'm trying to
Sure.
understand how this translates to this.
Mr. Chairman, they don't. So our budget exception request is independent of and not correlated to the compensation package. That is separate. Ours relates only to those salaries that we have previously implemented and are now coming before you to ask for those. My understanding of how it works is that that 25,000, and I can defer to Director Hibbert on this, is that that 25,000 would go through a different process if that compensation package was approved. That is not reflected in our budget in any form.
And have these raises already been awarded, or are these prospecting for the coming biennium?
Mr. Chairman, they were awarded, they were the rates that were hired on. So as of the first date that each of those 4 employees started, they started at those rates. And I believe the other 2 were implemented between October and November of last year.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, did you have something to add?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yesterday, during my presentation on the state budget department's budget, that you weren't present, I was able to explain a little bit about the process of the B11. We're not putting the salary increases for the merit or the market in the budgets currently. So this request is for the pay adjustments that they've previously made that they went gone through the process, and the governor has approved in this document. And I can talk about the chapter 17 a little bit here.
Okay, so so everything in this will be through the subsequent letter that we get later on salary adjustments.
And then
Okay.
depending on the final decision, final outcome, then we'll B11 that money into the agencies. The general fund agencies will get theirs. If they got a split position, then we'll split it between federal and general fund, and the special revenue agencies will fund theirs with special revenue.
All right, thank you. I guess I don't have any questions. Does have any questions? Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just looking at your 600, 900 series reports. And on your contractual services, you list 19,000, but in your budget, you have 247,000 or something like that. So if you could get us updated information on that. Thank you.
You understand?
Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I'll defer to our account manager, but if he doesn't have that information now, we can get that updated information to you.
Okay, thank you. Is that Nick? All right, thank you, Nick.
Mr. Chairman, Nick Barker. Yes, I don't have that information right now, but Representative Schwartz, I would gladly get that to you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions, Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you. So there were some interesting things that we learned from LSO about this particular agency, and I want to walk through them with you and just kind of see if the data is correct. So apparently back, and I'm just going to run through this in November of 2020, there was a transfer of roughly $77,000 from the 900 series to the 200 series, which is contrary to the state budget process. And Kevin, you're already shaking your head, but so why don't you?
Mr. Chairman, I'll fill in the blanks. There's a prohibition on moving money from 900 to 100. What took place here on the 10th of November last year is they moved money from the 900 to the 200 series, and then from the 200 series up to the 100 series. So that's one of the things that if you've been around a while, you just don't do. Now, they have some youth in their financials, because the person that used to be their business person for years became the interim director and then was replaced. And if you look in that, that was something that we would not desire to have happen.
And so, and part of that, obviously the issue is that because we have seen that, and essentially there was about a 12.5% pay raises to the members with that $77,000. So what you're asking for now is, in addition to that 12.5% pay increase that was given in, well, that's why I need to figure out, so.
Mr. Chairman, the conversation that we just had about the BGAs moving from 900 to 200 to 100, that's for the current biennium. Then the accession request that you see here is for the 23-24 biennium. So they're separate issues. So they provided them salary increases in the current biennium, and they moved the money up into the 100 series. And now what we're doing here is governor's recommendations to provide them their salary increases for 23-24.
Yeah, but so I think what I was saying was accurate. They just received a pay increase of 12.5% for this biennium. And now they're asking for additional pay raises again on top of that in the next biennium.
Mr. Chairman, I humbly disagree. The pay increase for the 12% is in this biennium, and all we're doing is carrying that same increase forward and funding it in 23-24. There's not two steps of a 12 and then 12.
Don, help me out.
So, but I mean, but the bigger question is, so, I mean, if that's all it takes to get around the transfer from 900 to 100, I mean, you had the transfer went from the 900 series to 200 series, parked there for a day, and the next day went from 200, it went from 200 to 100. That's the bigger, and I'm not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but overall, if that's all it takes to get around that general prohibition, I mean, we've got hundreds of millions of dollars in 900 series laying out there that if all it takes to go from 900 to 200 to 100 over a day,
So, Mr. Chairman,
we'd all lose the oversight.
so Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'm going to take some responsibility on this as a state budget director. Nobody in this room pulled that shenanigan. First of all, if I see this, I'm going to there's going to be come to Jesus with me. This is one thing we simply do not do. Unfortunately, we didn't catch it, okay? We, at the state budget department, have the opportunity to actually approve those BGAs. It happened on November 10th. We're running massively to get a budget out to you with a huge amount of budget cuts. If that's an explanation, then accept it or not. But this is something that we simply would not support, and we will get, our fangs will come out when we see it. But if we're managing it properly on the front end, then it won't happen. So for example, we would have had an opportunity to say, have the governor do a B11 and just bring up the special revenue rather than moving it inside their budget. We could have done that and it would have been fine. We have other options, but unfortunately, what happened.
Well, and just to clarify, not only did it happen, but it happened after you denied their a budget request, exception request, and we denied a request. And then it happened. Is that right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you don't want to play poker with me because right now inside of my mind, it's raging, right? Just exactly what you said, but I'm going to repeat myself. Nobody in this room participated in that activity. And we want to make sure that we have controls in place on this. So one of the controls that I'm going to put in place is I'm going to do a monthly report just to see what's coming into 9 and what's going out of, if it's coming into another series and then coming up. Myself and the BGAs that I've signed in my life, I haven't done one like that ever. And the Department of Transportation, you can imagine how many transactions that we went through. This is one of those deals where if you've been around long enough, you know that there's this avenue, but you don't take it.
So my recollection is when they came and asked for the pay increase in 2020, they didn't have the budget for it. So that basically their fees weren't sufficient to cover the pay increases they were asking for. Maybe that's just my recollection. But
Mr.
Don,
Chairman,
do you recall that?
What was taking place back then on this particular situation was there's this dynamic that we want to try to maintain equity across all agencies and special revenue agencies that have the ability to bring it up. And you heard Director Bach testify to that today. The Department of Transportation They're holding themselves back to wait for the compensation package that's coming. That's more in line with why those were rejected. Now, HR rejected it on the HR premise then. The state budget department rejected the B11 on the equity. And then the governor rejected it. You're absolutely right. It came to the Joint Appropriations Committee and you rejected it. The legislature rejected it. All those things are true, but it's more about the equity across funding streams than it was to the lack of revenue.
Representative Larson.
So I think, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I guess as we come back to these folks, what we're seeing is, and as you pointed out, nobody in this room had anything to do with it. But we have representation of that entity. And you just need to understand that no means no. And when you take the 900, park it overnight or launder it in the 200 series and then move it to 100 series makes us cranky. And you know, my house, you'd go to your room. And you know, we work really hard to do that. And so I know we've heard it's not you, but I hope you're getting the message. And so are you?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, very much so. We know not to do this process. We've made notes in our desk books for the executive director and the fiscal manager that this is not a means of how to get around.
You're still asking for them, correct?
We're asking for implementation of the raises that were already granted. Yes.
Thank you.
And to Mr. Chairman, if I may, to answer Co-Chairman Nicholas's question, they did have the funds in their revenue streams to support the raises. The difference in the majority of those is that they were all salary adjustments. They were all current employees versus 4 of these are new hires. And the policy is that you may do new hires at MPP. And that's my understanding of the difference between that request and our request.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Real Estate Commission folks this morning? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Okay, so I guess now I think I get it where we are now. So when we come back, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch now. Oh, excuse me, before we do that, are there any other independent boards that we want to hear from this morning? Okay, come on up.
Mr. Chairman, there are three others here. PTSB, Professional Teacher Standards Boards, is first numerically. They're agency 19. Next, agency 33, Cosmetology, Board of Cosmetology, and then finally, agency 59, Pharmacy Board.
Yeah, it's too bad for you. Now we're awake and paying attention. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, may I interject with one thing really quick? I wanted to do that in the conversation previously. When we ran the Chapter 17s and we made sure that all these agencies were at their standard budget or below, which even the Real Estate Commission, because we didn't allow them to do it inside the Chapter 17. We requested that they put in exception requests so that we could bring this transparency to you for these conversations. And these agencies abided by that willingly to have these conversations. So that's why when you go into Chapter 17, you'll see all these agencies have met the requirement of having their standard budget at or below the previous plan.
Yeah, thank you. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the JAC. I'm Nish Goikolea. I'm the Executive Director for the agency, and I've been here for approximately, in February, it'll be 5 years. So, and with me is our Assistant Director, Brendan O'Connor, who's been with us for 3 years. I'd like to quickly go through this with you all and just kind of talk about what our agency does and has done in the past years and why we have the exception requests we do. So currently, we oversee all of educator licensure, discipline, and program, professional development and program approval for teacher preparation. Currently, we have almost 24,000 licensed educators. That includes your elementary, secondary, some related services, substitute teachers, and people who come to us from industry and other means. We're a small agency. We have a total of 7 full-time employees, and we have 1 AWAC position, which I'll talk about in just a second. This is my 3rd time coming to you all, and every time I've come forward, I've asked for my AWAC position to become whole and for more staff. This time I came to you a little different direction because of how the pandemic was going and budget cuts and things like that. And I'm still here to ask for my AWAC position to be made whole, and we can talk about that for a minute. But instead of asking for more positions, I've come to you with a request for a educator credentialing system, which we'll talk about. And the reason that we kind of want to talk about this is that my agency has historically been trying to get a new educator credentialing system for more than 15 years. When I took over the agency almost 5 years ago, we were in the process of working with the state and ETS to be building the Lego system, which all the agencies were supposed to have a credentialing system that interacted. That failed that summer. Our vendors went bankrupt, and we went hand in hand to you all and asked to be let out of that contract. Shortly after that, we tried to find another vendor to pick it up, and we went with the lowest cost option we had, which a number of the other licensing agencies had gone through, and the state of Nevada had gone through and had a successful educator credentialing system. That cost for that system was $36,000 a year. And so that's in our contracted services as ongoing because we haven't touched that. So you'll see some of that, and then ETS, but that system never ever launched. The vendor presumably took on too many customers and did not have the capacity to finish. And in conjunction with the Attorney General's office, our AG recommended that we get out of that contract prior to transferring our data. Other agencies were not so fortunate. Since then, it kind of put some things in motion for our agency. You know, we have 23,000, almost 24,000 licensees. Those are all applications which were at one time in paper. And so while we were trying to get into a new system, we started digitizing all of these files. We started putting all of our applications online. We started to find ways that we could do a lot of the things we're doing without having a new system. And it was really fortunate for us because when the pandemic hit, we were already a little bit ahead of the charge to be able to work remotely, to be able to still, you know, take care of our applicants online, et cetera. We have completed the process of digitizing all of our files. We are completely, we do still accept paper applications, of course, but we can be completely paperless. We moved to put all of our applications in fillable Adobe format. We moved all of our files into Google because we have unlimited free space there. We worked with the state ETS, we worked with archives. And then on top of that, we're audited by the FBI every few years. And we just completed an audit this summer with them, actually 2. We were special enough to get 2 this year. And we passed with flying colors in terms of our data security and how we process background checks. We have a lot of private information in our agency that we work really hard to keep safe. With all of that being said, our current system is almost 30 years old. Our agency is 27, and we've had this system for nearly as long, and it is nothing more than a glorified database. And we're at some point going to run out of numbers, and I don't know when, and I really don't want to find out. But so that's one of the reasons that, you know, we're working really hard to continue to be more innovative and meet stakeholder needs through licensing fees. We are 100% other funds. All of our funds are generated through licensing, and we have gone ahead and worked really hard as well to make internal cuts for cost saving, I would say, I guess. We relinquished our private lease that we had had for more than 15 years to move into the Emerson building. We have a space that's half that size and half the size of our previous lease, excuse me. And then we have also absorbed duties internally. And so that's another part of the exception request that you'll see. So if you'd like to go to page 14 of our budget and go right to the exception request with me. One thing I'll say real quick on page 11, application volume. There's a teacher shortage nationally, and Wyoming is just starting now to feel that in more effect. But it's really interesting because our applications have been pretty steady across the years. And actually this year, we're getting close to probably having, by the end of December, we'll have over 6,000, which we haven't seen that kind of application volume since 2009. And it's interesting because our licensee number isn't going up by 6,000. Rather, we're seeing districts be really creative, and we've implemented new rules that allow flexibility for ad endorsements, to use people, current educators in other areas. And we think that's some of it. We also implemented a COVID exception authorization, which is essentially a provisional license that if you used to have a teacher license and you wanted to get it back and get it reinstated, you could go under that. If you didn't meet all of your requirements because of the shutdown, you could fall under that for up to 2 years. And so we've had a lot of really positive feedback from the districts and our applicants in the mechanisms that are in place for these things. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Just a quick question on that. So appreciate the information. It's nice to have the update. Nice to see an uptick. The other side of it is my question though is, how many licenses are expiring and are not being renewed a year? Or can you tell me information in regard to that? So obviously that's going to affect the total number of licensed teachers we have statewide.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the exact number on that. And that's one of the problems with our current system. It is really hard to pull data out of there. And so one of the things I can work on that and tell you how many are going. I know we had a high number of retirees during the pandemic, and especially in our substitute teachers, because a number of our retirees were our subs, especially in the rural areas. And so, but on the flip side, we're also seeing an influx of out-of-staters, online education coming into play as well. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I guess now we're going to page 15, 14, 15?
14, please.
14, thank you.
So my first exception request here is for my AWAC position. We've had this position in the agency for 11 years, going on 12. And it's problematic because it doesn't come with the same benefits as our other employees. So there's limited healthcare, there's no retirement, and there's no paid leave, which is the biggest thing. And to have somebody in the agency that doesn't have leave when everybody else does, it causes conflict and churning. And as you can see, we've turned this position 3 times just in the last year alone. Our applicant numbers are lower, and we would like this position to become permanent so that it has that stability. And then also we can continue to promote from within, which we do already. And a lot of some of the churning has been people who've left other positions, and we were able to promote from within. And you can see there that my justification here is that we used to have, a $72,000 lease. Actually, it was $80,000 a year, excuse me. And we've since moved into the Emerson. And so we think that we'll have a total cost savings just from our lease of $35,000. And adding benefits to this position, because this is not a whole new position, just adding the benefits and the leave is $27,000. And that's what we're asking for this one.
Thank you. Any questions on that? A quick question, just as far as the wage rate, is the difference, is the, what's the difference between what the current wage rate without benefits is compared to the wages that you're seeking for in the full-time position?
The wage rate is $22. Well, the current position is at $17 an hour with no leave and new retirement. The difference is $955 a month with state contribution for healthcare and retirement. We're not asking to increase the raise on
This just covers the benefits.
just the benefits
All right.
and leave.
Mr. Chairman, those statistics are on page 19, the breakout.
Thank you. All right, any other questions on this exception request? Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize to be a little slow on, big picture, I had a question about your total number of active educators. Yet it's almost nearly 24,000 and then another 40,000 with inactive licenses. I'm surprised those numbers are so high. Do you mind explaining that? And the other thing is, I noticed you have one disciplined person for 24,000 actives. Do you need more people? I think of the Wyoming State Bar that's got, say, 2,000 lawyers, and they've got 2 full-time people to prosecute us. And so, right? So my question is, do you have enough disciplined people?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stith, I would say no. You know, last time I came before the JAC, I asked for 3 positions. I asked for another full-time discipline person. We wanted an investigator. We asked for another licensing specialist so we could improve our processing time. And we asked for a professional development person because we get around 40,000 pieces of professional development through our agency every year. I didn't come with that this year because I didn't think it would be possible with the pandemic and everything else. But right now, my discipline person is, she's also our executive assistant on the side. Everybody in my agency wears at least 2 hats. And so, and she's finishing her degree in criminal justice. We're hoping to continue to get her license in some type of investigator. So we've worked really hard to maintain the people we have within and give them professional development opportunities. Could I use another person? Absolutely. But I didn't ask for that, being mindful of what was going on with the pandemic.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions? All right, continue.
My second exception request is for this educator credentialing system. And I gave you a little bit about the history and where we've been and how we got to this place. I'm asking for a standard baseline cost of implementation for $350,000. And that's quite the sticker shock. And I can tell you that, but we have researched every state we could find. We belong to the National Association for State Directors of Teacher Educator Credentialing. So we talk with our other colleagues in other states all the time to see what they're using. And we pulled the top 3 vendors that are doing educator credentialing systems, and their sticker prices run from $300,000 to $600,000 just for first build and implementation. So we tried to go with a comfortable number that still had all the features when we presented it to ETS and what it had. And just to give you an idea of what this system would do that we don't have in place is not only would it be a database for all of the collection of information for all of our people and their credentialing, their transcripts, all of that, it would also be able to issue licenses, digital licenses, which we are doing right now, but we're doing by hand. It would give notifications to our applicants and licensees of when it's time to renew, or if we come up with new programs or opportunities that they could partake in. It would have an email mechanism so that if somebody in Carbon County is looking for an art teacher, this database, the system would be able to say, here's all your licensed art teachers, whether they're current or no longer holding their license. And we could email them and say, Carbon County has a position. Are you interested? We can't do that right now. The other thing it would do is it offers a public portal so that all of our stakeholders would be able to look up any educator's license, see if there's been any infractions on their license, discipline, et cetera, what they currently hold in terms of endorsement. That's really standard for other states to be able to do. Instead, if you want that information, you have to call us and we have to pull it from the current database. It would also allow us to document all the professional development, and it would allow us to have a portal for WDE and the University of Wyoming and the community colleges to directly send us their transcripts and all the information that we need pertinent to educator licensing. So the initial cost is $350,000, and that's for the first year. That includes all the build and everything. And then it has a subscription cost of $6,000 a month ongoing. So that's where you get the $144,000 maintenance fee for the biennium. Is that $72,000 doubled? With this subscription cost, it also gives us all the features that other states build onto. So should other states come up with new innovative ideas and what not to do, that'll be included in there. And again, I bring this to you, instead of asking for people, I'm asking for a more sophisticated system to kind of take over a lot of the legwork that our current people are doing and that I would have had to ask for with more people. So I know that the sticker price of $350 is high initially, and the ongoing of $6,000 a month sounds high, but in comparison to another $52,000 salary and benefited position, it does offset it after a while. The other thing is that we have a cash balance right now of $796,000. And again, we do need to maintain some cash balance for our contested case hearings, and should they ever go all the way up to the Supreme Court. But we don't foresee that $350,000 out of that cash balance would be a huge hit. The other part of this that I bring to the table is that last time we came to the JAC, we asked for more positions. We said we needed more, and we were told, maybe you should consider raising licensing fees because we never have. And we did that. And we put that through rules, and they're in effect as of November 1st. We raised it $5 a year. I liken it to the Starbucks. We asked for one Starbucks coffee from all of our applicants, but that revenue, which you'll see in page, it's in a previous page, excuse me. We anticipate that we will probably raise revenue around $300,000 a year from that. And so, that should offset the costs of nearly everything. It will, and more. We'll have more money in the coffers is what I want to say, I guess.
All right, thank you. Questions? Okay.
The last exception
Mine just came back. Okay, it's back. All right. You know, you're the first one we've had a problem.
Where's an electrician?
Yeah. Revenge. Okay. Okay, go ahead and continue.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, our last exception request is, again, it's out.
Keep going.
Is the salary market adjustment from our reclassifications in 2019 and 2020. So I came and I said I needed more people and I couldn't get it. We were in the midst of hiring freezes and budget crunches. I get it. And so, but I went back to 2 individuals in my staff and I asked them to do more, and I asked them to take on more duties, and they did. And I went through the process with HRD, and I went through all the paperwork, all the process to have those increases go through as transparently as I could. And then And this, at that time, agencies that were under other funds were not required to adhere to the 310 rule. And so, but since then, the legislation has gone through. And so that's why it's here in your budget, is just to be really transparent that these 2 salary increases were there. They were given because they took on more duties. And we'd like that to continue, obviously.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Their, to their IT request or their system request. I guess I'm just struggling a little bit with that $6,000 a month. And I'd appreciate maybe yes to do this or yours. Help us understand, not today, but just get an idea of what we're getting for $6,000 a month. You know, we've had this conversation for the last 4 years on those maintenance agreements, and just want to make sure that it's appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other questions? Other questions? All right, thank you very much. Anything else?
No, sir, that's everything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions for the director? Thank you for your attendance today. Appreciate it. So next board we're going to talk to about is?
Mr. Chairman, you have 2 left. The Board of Cosmetology, Agency 33.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sharon Bennett with the Board of Cosmetology and the Board of Barbers. Board of Barbers had no exceptions requests this year. Board of Cosmetology has 3. One with ETS that is a one-time just for upgrading any computer equipment that needs to be. The other 2 will be ongoing, asking for them to be into the budget permanently. The first one is our credit card fees that our vendor charges us. In the last couple years, we have given the licensees the ability to renew their licenses online. So with that, those fees we're just being charged more fees. We do collect those fees, so we have them in the budget. We just need to get it reflected within our budget. And the third item is our exam fees. The same thing, the cost of those are just rising. We want to be able to continue to offer the exams that we do. Again, we recoup those costs through exam fees. That's all I have.
Okay. Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
I can get you that. I don't have it off the top of my head. The state is working with a new contract for that we're hoping that maybe that will lower our fees as we all go to the same one. That just hasn't gone into effect yet. But I know this isn't going to help you tremendously, but you know, I was paying maybe $400 a month before we went online. And now during big renewal seasons, I'm paying up to $1,000 for those fees. We do charge $4 a credit card fee for those. So we are offsetting them. We just simply don't have it built into the budget at this time.
So it's covering, so this is really just truing that up, but anyway, yeah.
No.
I thought you were.
We honestly were behind the times in just getting them to be able to renew online. So we'll take that one step at a time. I can certainly get you that percentage though.
I don't need that. I just want to suggest.
And I should know that, and I sincerely apologize. You know, I was waiting for that. And I don't ever get out of here without that.
Go ahead, Director. Come and use a mic, otherwise we've got, Evan can't hear you. What's that?
Mr. Chairman, Timothy Sheehan with ETS. We just signed the contract, or I just signed it last week, and I believe that going rate going forward will be about 2.4%.
Okay, 2.4%. Right, thank you.
Thank you.
So anything else? Go ahead. Anything else? Any other questions for cosmetology? Or the barber, or the barbers? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
And we got one more, then I think we got one more.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Agency 59, the licensing board for the pharmacists.
Good afternoon.
My name's Matt. Pharmacy. Our two exceptions are located on page 17 of our narrative. One of them is a one-time technology replacement plan. The last time all of our computers were replaced in the office was in 2019. So in the 2023, 2024 biennium will fall within the timeframe to replace those. So that's the nature of that request. And then our second request is an update to our licensing software contract. The contract had an increase of $10,930, and the last time that had been adjusted was in 2014. Our current contract should be able to go through 2027. So this second one should be okay through that time period. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. Questions for our friends at the pharmacy? Questions? About the discussion request or any other issues for the Board of Pharmacy? All right, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks for giving us your lunch hour.
Yeah. So are there any other independent boards for us, Don, this morning?
Mr. Chairman, there are no more exception requests. I do see some representatives of the Medical Licensing Board and others if you have any general questions.
Are there any questions for the General Licensing Board or any other independent boards? Is there any for those two representatives that are here today, is there anything you would need to visit with us about or? Okay. Going once, going twice? All right.
Any public comment?
Is there any public comment about this today? Thank you. With that, why don't we go ahead and we'll take I'm showing right at about 12:45, 12:46. Why don't we recess until 1:30? That's about just right about 45 minutes. Does that work? All right, we'll do that. So we'll stand in recess until 1:30.